Hello, chat. How's it going? I think we're live at this point. Better have Bogog. I think he's awake. He was awake a little bit before. He can let me know. I'll keep an eye out. How's it going, everyone? Also, uh, just starting the stream mid sentence. How's it going? So we got Joe Mama in the house. We've got Mingo. We've got Senzuzu Zero. Pizza Chew. Langoblian? Zangus? I'm trying with some of these names. XXCT? Oh, XVCT. Sorry, the glasses make it kind of hard to read. We got Schmidt. I see Schmidt. Paul Allen. Nice. Paul Allen's awesome. Steve Fiction. Has someone played the remake? Yeah, we're going to talk about that. You're talking about Ninja Gaiden 2 Remaster remake. I'm trying not to be too cranky about it because I just spent $50 on it on my Xbox One X. I'm like, all right, finally, this Xbox One X has a purpose in this world. So I go on Xbox One X, spend $50. I'm like, okay, what I'll do is I'll have it download while I'm doing the stream, and then at the end of the stream here, I'll go ahead and play it, and we can all watch me play it on stream. What a great idea, right? Well, it turns out that even though Microsoft allow you to buy this stupid remaster on Xbox One X, you can't play it on it. So I buy it, and it's like, hey, by the way, now that you've paid for it, you can't play this, just so you know. Like, ugh. So after this stream, I'm going to have to try to talk to Microsoft and get a refund. Well, Berserk says, why it's on Game Pass, why spend $50? Good point. Good point. All great points. Because I don't do like Game Pass and Microsoft, all that stuff. All my Xbox One X is a Ninja Gaiden machine. That's all it does, is I play Ninja Gaiden and Dead or Alive on it. That's all it's used for. I play Ninja Gaiden 2, the Xbox 360 version on my Xbox One X. That's kind of its only purpose in this world. So I thought, oh, finally, it'll have another purpose. I'll play the remaster on it. So I was like, well, let's not deal with Game Pass and subscriptions and all that. I'll just drop the 50 on it, and even if it's like not that great, I can still review it. But now it's the worst of both worlds, where I spent the $50 and I can't play the damn thing. Oh, God. Who owns, in chat right now, before we get to everything else, chat right now, who the hell out there actually owns an Xbox Series X? Identify yourself. Do any of you actually own that console? Putting on the sunglasses for the Itagaki look. Yes. Whenever Ninja Gaiden appears, I must wear sunglasses. Also, I kind of like to wear them when I stream. That way, when I'm like looking here, there, like trying to see all the different tabs and shit I have open, it looks a little bit more composed if I have glasses on because you can't see my eyes being like way off camera all the time. So it's kind of nice for streaming. That's kind of why I like to wear them. Plus, these are purple color therapy glasses that inspire creativity. So when I wear them, I get like a creativity boost to my creative stats. So I also. Oh, Manuel owns a Series X. Manuel, where do you live? Do you live in Idaho? I may have to come to your house. Jeez. If I want to play this stupid remaster, I may have to go to someone's house. Yeah, exactly. Great for poker. Yeah, you can't. So the stream can't read my emotions as easily. Yeah, it's like the first game on the Xbox Series X that I think it's really messed up. You can't play it on the Xbox One X. I mean, come on, really? It's like one of those things where you buy the Xbox Series One X and you're like, surely Microsoft, because like think of the PS4. The PS4 still gets stuff on it. A remaster is exclusive to the Series X. That seems a little much. Don't you guys think? It's a little much. Jamer says it's also on Steam, though. It's on PS and PC too. Jeez. Oh, on that cloud gaming? Wait, what? It's on PS5? Wait a minute. Is it on PS5? Wait a sec. What's happening? So I told the story at the beginning of the stream where I was like, "Oh, I'll get it on my Xbox One X." And then it doesn't run on my Xbox One X, so I just paid $50 to Microsoft for no reason. So I got to try to get the refund. It's on PS5. It's on everything. It's on PC. Oh, why am I so stupid? Oh my god. Jamers is. So it's on PC. This whole time I thought it was. Oh, it's on PC. Damn it. Damn it. See, this is what happens when you try to react to news as it's happening. You make mistakes, my friends. You make serious mistakes, and this is one of them. Damn it. Yeah, well, I just assumed it was an Xbox exclusive. I don't know why, because, all the Ninja Gaiden stuff has been Xbox exclusives. It was announced at the Xbox Direct. I just assumed, for some reason, it was an Xbox exclusive. Man, I got owned there. But I hopefully can get the refund, right? What do you guys think the odds of me getting that refund are if I tell them, hey, I bought it on my Xbox One X, and I assumed it would run on there? No refunds? But, Xbox doesn't make exclusives anymore. That's very true. Xbox has like 0 exclusives. Yeah, that's definitely it. Sam says, fill me in. We're still talking. I'm still kind of letting people get into the stream before we talk about everything. So I'm just talking about how annoyed I am that I bought it on the Xbox One X thinking it would run on there. And then after I buy it, it's like, yeah, by the way, playa, you can't actually play the game on this console. Shouldn't it be? I believe once upon a time, like if you're on the Xbox 360, you couldn't buy, I guess, I don't know, could you? Could you buy Xbox One games on the Xbox 360? Or like on the PS3, you couldn't buy PS4 games, right? I always assumed the platform you're buying the game on, like it will run on that platform. So if you buy it on an Xbox One X, if it's in the store on an Xbox One X, then it should run on there, right? Anyway. Okay, so Herbie says I'll get the refund. That's good. Because, yeah, I'll be up at night, like, screaming if I spent all that money and didn't get the refund. Anyone know how old the Electric Underground is? How old do you think I am, Sean? Wait, don't anyone tell him. I want Sean to give an unbiased guess. Sean, how old do you think I am? And you better be flattering. You better get it sooner. Yeah, after the stream, I'll attempt for the refund. Yeah, exactly. Mr. Mamma Mia says, I'm pretty sure on PS4 you will have the option grayed out on the PS5. Exclusive stuff. Exactly. Why would Microsoft allow you 50 years old? Mingo's mean. 60 years old. I want to see what Sean says. Sean's guessing, honestly, 34. Sean, that is scary accurate because, yeah, this year I turn 34. So I'm currently 33, but this year I turn 34. So Sean was pretty much on the money there. And I'm closer to 34 than 33, alas. 1,000 years old. 34. Yeah, you guys got it. How'd you guys nail my age so accurately? I always kind of hoped someone would be like 27 or something. No one even dared to think I was in my 20s. Damn it. God damn it. Hey, how's it going, Battle Mode? Golden August is 33 years old. Nice, Golden. 1991 anagram, yep. 1991, yeah, exactly. Gail nailed it. Okay, let's see how many people have joined. Let's get into it. So, maybe make sure I pull the chat up here. Can't be 27. I know, right? I'm too damn old now. Oh, my game taste gives it away. I like that, Greg. I like that. Yes. My enlightened taste is spiritual boomer. Yeah, I can see that. The thing about a boomer though is like boomers are too old to even know what like Ninja Gaiden is, right? They maybe the NES game, they'd know that one. Thanks, thanks. These are my purple color therapy glasses. Wear them when I'm on stream. One to like make sure my eyes are a little bit easier to track, you know, where I'm always like constantly looking all these different places. And two, I think it's just kind of fun. Oh yeah, and they're also supposed to boost my creativity. So always important when you're on stream. Okay. So, yes, you knew I was going to pop up. All right, so let's start by watching the anyone depressed. Oh, sorry, I'm distracted by this message. Anyone depressed thinking you're almost the same age as Homer Simpson, 38 to 39? Very true. But, you know, oh, thanks so
Helping
much for the
recoup
donation.
some of the cost in case you don't get a refund.
I really appreciate that, Safe XP. Thanks you so much for the donation. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I will march down to Microsoft Studios if I have to get that refund. I'll do whatever it takes. Yeah, so maybe I should set up the context for today's stream, and then we'll get into the reaction stuff, I guess. So I'm sitting there, I'm eating lunch, I'm editing a podcast episode for the Patreon, my the Topic Zone episode, halfway through the editing process, and then my Discord like explodes. I just look over and I see like 50 notifications. I'm like, what is happening right now? And so then I look over and everyone's like, oh, Ninja Gaiden 4, Ninja Gaiden 4, Ninja Gaiden 4. I was like, oh, really? And these days, I don't know, whenever I see announcements for things I might be interested in, I always sort of suspect that they're like hoax announcements. And it feels like a lot of the time they kind of are. Like that Sega Genesis like remaster or that Sega Genesis port of Batman Returns. That's kind of like, it's just like a janky mod. I was like, oh, you know, so usually these types of things. But this year I've gotten, the world is being kind to me in terms of, or I guess that last year and this year, we've got Virtua Fighter 6, we've got Virtua Fighter 5 Revo with rollback netcode. And now we have Ninja Gaiden 4. Thanks so much, Steve.
I support SafeXP's cause.
Thanks so much, Steve Fiction. Thanks. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much for the look. The Ninja Gaiden related pop up. That was a perfect synergy for today's stream. Something wrong with my audio? Wait. Something wrong with the audio. Chat, can you confirm before we continue? Is the audio okay? Is my microphone dying on me? Is the audio all right? Audio's fine. Okay, good. Yeah, so we've got Virtua Fighter 6. We've got Virtua Fighter 5 on PC with rollback netcode. And then we've got Ninja Gaiden 4. Someone said, okay, good. Someone said Dead or Alive 7. Yeah, let's just keep it going. Dead or Alive 7 would be awesome. Okay, good. Alrighty, so Ninja Gaiden 4. I watched the trailer a little bit. But what we're going to do, chat, is I don't want to just do the reaction stuff. I want to bring this format to the next level. I want to take the tradition of reaction streams and videos. We're going to do something interesting with it here, which is another reason why I'm wearing the sunglasses. Is we're going to watch this trailer, right? All together here on the chat. And I am not going to react to shit. I'm going to poker up. I'm going to be just stoic as I watch the trailer. And then I want you guys to tell me, without the bias of my reaction, what you guys think about the trailer. Isn't that going to be kind of fun? All right, so here's what we're going to do. You guys ready? Let's just make sure it works audio-wise. Okay. I'm just checking to make sure the audio is coming through. 1 second. You guys are hearing that? I can make it a little louder. Okay. Audio's coming through. Okay. All right, everyone. So we're all going to watch this together. And this first time watching it, I'm not going to react, or I'm going to try not to show my emotions as we watch it. I just want to see, and then we'll get to the end. Then I want to see what you guys say, and then I'll give you my thoughts. Here we go. It is really hard to control my face already. Poker up, poker up. Baseball. Think about baseball. Here we go.
Several years ago, the Dark Dragon, youngest of the divine dragon gods, wreaked havoc across the world. The plot was ultimately thwarted through the efforts of a soul ninja. However, the Dark Dragon's husk remained, and from this husk fell an endless downpour of cursed rain. The abandoned Tokyo continues its struggle against chaos to this day.
Infiltrated the facility. Commencing mission.
I'm pausing it for a second. This is really hard to stay stoic. All right. I'm doing a good job, though, I think.
No escape. You're open. Weak. This is it. Ryu Hayabusa.
Whatever your clan is plotting, it ends here. So you've come, Raven.
Back off, Hayabusa. I will execute my mission.
Bit Ninja Gaiden 3 with those platforming sections.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
That was difficult. All right. Okay. Let me pause it. Thanks so much, Mr. Graham. Thank you very much. He says, Bit Ninja Gaiden 3 with those platforming sections. Yeah, we'll get into it. What do I think about it? So, before I say what I think, let's hear it, chat. What do you guys think? What's the reaction in chat? And then I'll go through it, properly YouTuber style and give my reaction to it. Ollie says, I'm just happy we're getting more action games, not gonna lie. Very true. Darklink says, I'm so scared and excited. Very true. I can see that, yeah. A bit of trepidation. Morgan says, I think it looks great, honestly. Andre says, oh, thanks so much.
UL. Itagaki is no Kamiya. Everyone in here. Let's go.
Yo! I think that's how you're supposed to say it. Itagaki Isuno Kamiya. Oh, it's no Kamiya. There we go, yeah. Everyone in here, let's go. Thank you very much for the donation, Retro Man. Fleck says he just donated.
I'd cut a feel about parry and enemy count.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about parry and enemy count. Yeah, I have a very specific reaction to it that I think is going to be kind of interesting, but I want to see if someone matches my reaction yet. I want to see if there's a whisperer out there, the electric whisperer. Uh Morpie says finally a non-Souls like action game. Really true. I mean, that's something to be happy about. I'm going to take it off the advertisement screen here. I mean, it just feels a little YouTubery for me to be sitting on the advertiser screen the whole time. Let's put it where? I don't know, somewhere. So many black transitions here. Well, that's kind of cool. The wave screen. There we go. Bayonetta 3, but it's Ninja Gaiden. That's what Stellar thinks. I wouldn't say Bayo 3. Camera really close to the character. I'm always kind of a fan of that, Lior says. I personally do like that. I know Souls has kind of made it a thing where now the camera's like so far back. It's like almost an RTS sometimes. But I do like the camera to be closer to the character. That's more of a character action thing, actually, like keeping that camera close. Hero Death says, hi, Hero Death. He says, you know how DMC5 on Turbo is the same speed as the rest of the games? That's what the trailer looks like to me. Oh, yeah, I didn't pick up on that. You think the game speed's a little slower? It doesn't look like Ryu Hayabusa. I agree. He doesn't. Why isn't Team Ninja doing it? That is such a good question, Steel. I know. Isn't it weird that they're kind of outsourcing this to Platinum?
All Dark Souls players must fall to the sword. Not literally, D.
All Dark Souls players must fall to the sword. Not literally. Yeah. Yeah, you know, it'll be interesting. One thing I'm going to be curious about is how much, like, Quiet Souls influence it'll have. Because it seems like every action game coming out now, one way or another, there's always some, like, sneaky little bits of Souls influence. It's a collaboration. Yeah. Who do you think is doing more of the lifting? Do you guys think it's more Platinum or do you guys think it's more Team Ninja? It says co-developed. Interesting. Co-developed. Yeah. Oh, who do you think's in charge? Like when they go into the room, when they're sitting at the table, who's like calling the shots? Do you think? Do you think it's the Team Ninja guys or do you think it's the Platinum guys? I would assume it's the Team Ninja guys, right? Or do you think it's Platinum? Platinum. Everyone's saying Platinum. I could see that. I could see that. It does seem a little bit more on the Platinum side. Whoa, what a donation. Woo!
Another UE5 slot make, this time of my
Wow.
little favorite game of all time. Looking forward to you eviscerating this one, if it's bad, and proselytizing the misunderstood masterpiece that is the original.
Well, what a donation, Florida. We're going to take a moment to recognize this donation. Thank you so much, Florida. So I'm going to read your message again. Is it Unreal Engine 5 slot make? Yes. Another in Unreal Engine 5 slot make. This time of my literal favorite game of all time. Oh, you're talking about the remake here? Or 4? I'm assuming you're saying 4. Or maybe it's the remake you're talking about here. You can clarify in the chat, Florida, if you're talking about the remake or 4. Looking forward to eviscerating this one, if it's good, and proselytizing the misunderstood masterpiece that is the original. Absolutely. If there's one guy on the internet who's going to be cranky and bring up the original game a lot, it's going to be me. So I think Florida is referring to the remake. The remake. And from what I'm hearing, yeah, that's what I'm going to be working on this weekend, actually.
Ninja Gaiden. Hi.
Hi. Thanks so much, my dude. Thanks, Bandcamp. Or 1x at Bandcamp. So, yeah, Florida sucks. I'm definitely going to... So what I'm going to do this weekend is I'm going to buy the remake again on PC this time. And, yeah, go through it bit by bit and see how much it holds up to the original or not. Especially because I can play Ninja Gaiden 2, the original, the 360 version, on my Xbox One X. So those would be good to compare side to side. Thanks so much, Florida. So I'm going to see if Florida clarified what he meant.
Boss fights sorta look Souls influenced. Hard to say.
Boss fights look sort of soul influence. Hard to say. Thanks so much, Segfault. Thank you very much. I think one of your topics is in Topic Zone, by the way. I'm editing together. I think one of yours is one of the topics. So, okay. Now I'll give you all my reaction to Ninja Gaiden for the announcement. So, having reviewed, looking at it, and having watched the trailer now 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, a number of times here, to me, it looks much more like Metal Gear Rising 2 than Ninja Gaiden 4. Like, if you took the title screen off of this, you took away the Team Ninja. Just imagine this. We're going to do this now. Imagine that. I'm going to turn down. Hold on. I'm going to turn this thing down. Let's turn it down a little bit. Okay.
Didn't see any big, bouncy melons. It's over.
I know. We're not going to get the big bouncy melons. Unfortunately. I don't think we're going to get them. Because they weren't in Ninja Gaiden 3 either. And they're not in any of the other Team Ninja games. They're not in any Platinum games.
Secretary Perry has as the new fad for gaming.
Yep. Yes. Okay, so hold on. Let me get to some of these donations. Yeah, so Jack says, I didn't see any big bouncy melons. It's over. Yeah, I'm afraid. I think those days are just not going to happen with Team Ninja anymore. I think they're trying to be all buttoned up and everything. So you don't see them in any of their games anymore. Like Ninja, it's like Itagaki. I think they are connected to Itagaki. You have no Itagaki, you have no melons. He's the melon man because when he left, he took them with him. There's no, because Ninja Gaiden 3 doesn't have them. And then all of like Neo doesn't have them. All of their other stuff doesn't have them. DOA 5 had them, definitely. So there's that. But DOA 6 kind of turned it down a bit. I don't know. I mean, obviously, though, they did all the extreme games, but that's not the same thing. I think they're trying to, like, separate them out, where it's like, okay, the extreme games over here, and then the proper Team Ninja games over here. I don't know. But yeah, definitely, visually, I think there's much more of a Platinum influence happening than, like, that classic, like, Rachel Team Ninja style. Samurai Smack says, Sekiro Parry is the new fad for gaming. Absolutely. And what's interesting is that this is coming from Platinum. So, like I said, when I was watching back the footage, this seems far more like a Platinum game than a classic, Team Ninja Gaiden game. And to me, it actually looks a lot like Metal Gear Rising, which I do like. Do I like it as much as Ninja Gaiden? I don't. But I think that's kind of what we're going to get. And that's my expectations coming into this. This is going to be essentially Metal Gear Rising 2. Which is kind of interesting because Metal Gear Rising 1 was developed by Platinum. And it's a Konami property, Metal Gear. And now this game, Ninja Gaiden 4, is a Team Ninja property. So it's kind of interesting in that way. But let's watch again now. Now I'm going to give you my sort of reactions. King says, watch Ninja Gaiden 4 have a load of downtime compared to the other ones. I think so. Yeah, if Platinum's involved, because Platinum have they have a lecture called, let me get off of just the empty screen here. There we go. Because Team Ninja actually have this lecture that Boghog and I talked about on his Patreon called like Action Games Without Borders.
Would love a Platinum Games redemption arc, staying optimistic despite the shakeout at the studio.
Thanks so much. That's from Krista Barker. Thank you very much, Krista Barker. Making sure I'm saying that correctly. Yeah. it's interesting.
My headcanon is Platinum wanted to make MGR2 and after Ronin kinda flopped, Team Ninja needed a safe sequel title.
Man, that's a great. I think you're exactly right, Bag of Schmidt. So yeah, Christina Barker. I'm as much as I like Kamiya, and in fact, I covered Kamiya's one of his best games, Beautiful Joe. That's the previous video here on the channel. So I like Kamiya a lot, but to me, it seems like this is just my observation. Is it seems like he kind of checked out at the end of that, Platinum era where he was there, and whatever went on with Bayo 3 that did not end up going well, in my opinion. I've always been very critical. I don't think Bayo 3 is very good. I think it's a hot mess, and it plays way more like Final Fantasy 16 than it should. But yeah, so him being there wasn't really doing much good either, because while he was there, we got Bayo 3. But at the same time, what have Platinum put out that's like really good recently? Like their last good game is what? I can't remember. Is it Nier Automata? Astral Chain seemed like that's a little too much action RPG for me, but they've gone really heavily into the action RPG route, and it's going to be really interesting to see this fusion of Team Ninja, like Souls Team Ninja plus Platinum. It'll be interesting to see what this fusion kind of looks like, but I definitely agree with Schmidt here that I think it's going to be Metal Gear Rising 2 rather than a true Ninja Gaiden 4. Bayonetta Origins, was that? Oh yeah, Bayonetta Origins. Yeah, that's that weird one, right? Astral Chain was great. Yeah, I've never played Astral Chain beyond like the first few hours because I'm like, oh, this is a action RPG. So that's a little tough for me.
Neo had a couple of melons, just on bosses.
Oh yeah, demon melons. That's true. That is true. Yeah, now that you bring it up, yeah, we did have the demon melons at least. Maybe we'll get that in Ninja Gaiden 4. Yeah, maybe I'll have to give Astral Chain another try, honestly, because the RPG elements of it, I was coming in there looking for kind of like a character action style. So the RPG elements for me was a little much, but I did like the visual style. Okay, so here we go. This definitely is not Ryu. Like this isn't the Ryu we all know. He looks a lot more like a Platinum character now, doesn't he? Yeah, Eric says that Astral Chain was good but had a ton of downtime. Exactly. Yeah, so look at the combat. Look at this combat. It's got some elements. I'm going to go back. It's definitely got, looking at it, it's got some elements that seem Ninja Gaiden-like because I think it's got the finishers.
They literally pulled a MGS2 on us.
Okay, so we're back, right? We're back, right? Okay, yeah, ironically when I said dead time, yeah, we're back. We're back now. Thanks. I don't know what that was. I'm back, right? Okay, hold on. Let me catch up with everyone. Segfault says, thanks so much, Segfault. He says, they literally pulled MGS2 on us. Yeah, MGS2 is really good, though. I really love MGS2. We're back. Yeah, we're back now. It just like, OBS just was like disconnected for a second, then reconnected. Probably just my internet, honestly. I think these days in like middle of the afternoon, they start messing around with the internet. But, okay, we're back. So, anyway, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. So we were talking about the downtime and these types of sections. And these are this is like, it's not just a coincidence these sections exist. Boghog and I were watching, the Platinum's philosophy of game design, and they believe strongly in like downtime sections. It's a core concept for them. So unlike Ninja Gaiden 2 and 3, 3 has a few Razor's Edge, but not that many. But yeah, I think we're going to get more of an MGR type of situation here. We got sequences like this. Like, look at this. Oh boy. Whenever I see like color-coded platforming, I'm never thrilled with that. Maybe those walls are just coincidentally orange. Let's just hope so. Rather than it being like, oh, the wall's orange, you run on it. So that right there, we go back. This reminds me a lot of MGRs. That and then the parry right here. So it'll be really interesting to see what type of parry system is in this game. Because are they going to go... Let's predict, chat. Do you guys think they're going to retain the MGR parry system? Which would kind of maybe be a bit more Ninja Gaiden-like? Or do you think they're going to go full Sekiro, where it's just a button? Because the parries and counters in Ninja Gaiden actually function in the same way as in MGR. The parries in MGR are stronger than Ninja Gaiden, but in Ninja Gaiden you have the counter, and you do block forward, or no, block and then attack, and you do the counter. And it's this kind of animation. But this looks more like a Rising, Metal Gear Rising parry right there. Like, look at that, right? That's so that's from Ninja Gaiden 3, their whole blood on bone, bone on steel. So that I'm not surprised is returning. It's interesting how much that mechanic seemed to catch on in Neo. Remember, they have that in Neo too, the bone on steel counters. So I pretty much figured that would be in there because they made that in Razor's Edge. Right there, that's a bone on steel. I can't read what this says in Japanese, but that's from Razor's Edge. This live doing big numbers. Is it really? I haven't checked this stream. Oh, it really is. Yeah, no kidding. Well, thanks so much. Yeah, thanks. That's awesome. Steel on bone. Yeah, that's what it's called. Steel on bone. Sorry. Bone on steel. Yeah, steel on bone is the name of it. That's what that mechanic is right there. This actually looks, I would say, like if we're going real optimistic here, I would say that this is probably a combo of Metal Gear Rising and Ninja Gaiden 3 is what it seems like. Best case scenario. Worst case scenario is we get, a lot of basic kind of parrying and stuff like that, Sekiro style. Which this stuff here makes me a little nervous. This, where he's flying in the air like this. This makes me a little nervous. Let's watch this bit. Okay, that looks... So he could just be blocking. The boss there could just be blocking your attacks. Kind of like the first boss in Ninja Gaiden 2. And then we got the red flash. That's become a real thing now. That's Metal Gear Rising, right? Metal Gear Rising has the red flashes, right? The whole flying in the air stuff makes me real nervous. Yeah, this looks very Metal Gear Rising, doesn't it? I wonder how much of a parry fiesta this is going to be. I mean, we're seeing a lot of parries here. Is this Sekiro? Just the bonanza of parries? Obviously, though, MGR had a ton of parrying, too. So, it'll be interesting. I could kind of see them going a real heavy MGR route. But then, what I'm really worried about is they automate it even more. So they take out MGR. The difference between... I made a video about this that made some of the Sekiro fans not thrilled. But I think it's an important distinction where The difference between MGR's parry and Sekiro's parry is MGR's parry is linked to direction, and it's a command input. Whereas in Sekiro, it's just your block, and it's a timed block. And so the difference there is that in Sekiro, there's a lot of sort of option selecting you can do with the parry of that game, because if you parry too early, it's still a block, so it's safer. But in MGR, you do this animation, and if you miss it, you just get lit up. And then you have to also tie it in with direction a little more. So if something's behind you and stuff, I like that better, more of a commitment to the parry. So if Ninja Gaiden had like a Sekiro style parry, it would be really powerful. I think probably too powerful. So we have some like projectile stuff. That's kind of interesting. That's a Nier Automata type of thing, right? That's a Platinum thing. They love their projectiles. Yeah, that's true. Segfault made a great point here that like the parry in MGR it's got a giant ass window. Yeah. Like I said, I like MGR, but I like Ninja Gaiden so much better. I really dislike the the new voice acting. Can I say that? After this, we'll kind of go through. Wait, so that guy wasn't Ryu. This is Ryu. So that other guy was like Platinum's guy? What the hell? Is it going to be like two different games? Like each character's a different moveset? That'd be kind of interesting. Maybe we'll have that.
If they somehow surpass the parry fiesta of Wolong, then hats off, you broke the world record. D.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. That's funny. That's funny, Retro Man. Okay, so this is... Oh, I think I accidentally muted it. Hold on. Let me bring back the audio. Oh, that's the end here. Whoa, okay, hold on. We're going to go back a little bit.
Infiltrated the facility.
Okay, so this guy... All right, I get what the guy was saying. Okay, I get what the guy was saying. The comment about MGR or MGS2. That's what it is. So this guy is a different character than Ryu. He's like Platinum's Ryu. Okay. And then they have the classic Ryu here, who looks... Let's see how he plays. Okay, well, we still have these sections. We still have these sections. That was a big old parry right there. This type of thing makes me nervous. This right here, let's find it. This right here. That's... Yeah, that's some MGR stuff for sure. That's steel on bone. That's what that's called. Am I just getting confused? Did I go too far back? No, that's Ryu, right? Yeah, you know, it kind of does look a little bit like Neo, too, a bit, with the boss fights. He shows up late in the trailer. Yeah. Ryu is later. Okay, yeah, okay, I cannot stand that voice actor. He's terrible. Okay, this is Ryu. Okay, now we get it. All right. Yeah, he's got his wall climbs. Okay, now I'm kind of following here. Okay. Oh, yeah, he's got the UTs. Okay, so the guy's name's Raven. That's the name of the guy. All right, so I kind of okay. Now I'm following here. We're figuring this out. We're solving the mystery of this trailer. So the guy in the start is the platinum character Raven, who plays basically like Raiden in MGR. And then the Team Ninja character Ryu appears, and he plays this logo. I thought this logo is terrible. Can I say that? Because when I asked Bog, "Oh, can you find me the Ninja Gaiden 4 logo?" I thought he drew this in like 10 seconds. I was like, "Oh, can you make me a quick NG4 logo?" I thought he drew this. I didn't know it's the actual logo. Look at this. It looks so placeholder. I thought Boghog drew this logo. I thought I was like, "Oh, I get it. You're in a hurry. I get it, Bog. I know I asked you like to just draw a logo real fast. I thought Bog drew this." That's so funny. It's very overly minimal. It's way too minimal. Okay. Let's go back a little bit to the Ryu sections. So this dude's the MGR character. It's really hard to tell in the trailer. Okay, then we get Ryu. You got the they're showing all the stuff. You got the combo guillotine drop. Guillotine. No, the guillotine throws the over the head. What's that called? I should remember this. You do it thousands of times in Ninja Gaiden. Anyway, that combo, the Ryu drop combo. I forgot what it's called. Just a streaming tip of the tongue syndrome. Asuna drop. Yeah, Azuna drop. That's it. Just tip of the tongue. And this, yes. Okay, so I feel like what's gonna happen. This is interesting. Oh, thanks so much, Basil.
Congrats on 40K.
Thanks so much, Basil. Okay, so I kind of get it now. So we're gonna get two different characters, and it seems like the Ryu from this game plays like the Ryu in Ninja Gaiden 3. Makes sense. Okay, that's kind of cool. So what do you guys think of Razor's Edge? I kind of have a soft spot for it. I don't like it as much as 2, but I do like it. So that's interesting, actually. Okay, so I'm growing more optimistic as this stream goes on. Now that we know these are two separate characters from each other. Because I watched the trailer the first few times and thought it was the same dude each time. So maybe what's happening is basically we'll get a 2-for-1. We'll get Ninja Gaiden 3 meets Metal Gear Rising, maybe.
Impressions of both the new 2D and 3D Gaiden trailers?
Impressions, should we do that? I mean, while we're at it, we'll just do the whole enchilada? Sure, we'll do that. We'll do that next. We'll talk about the 2D trailer. Okay. Yeah, I like how you can play as different characters in Ninja Gaiden 3 as well. Okay, that makes sense. Now I'm kind of getting the picture here. Yeah, Zuna drop.
When Ryu has a sore throat, he will use an Izuna drop.
That's great. That's funny, RX0. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks for the donation. That's funny. Yeah, the Izuna drop. That's what it's called. Yeah, this looks a lot like Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge. So do you guys think we'll have two? This would be cool. This would be cool.
Is it possible to be hyped when old greater than new now?
Well, it's possible if they pull it off correctly. I think it's a little too. Okay, now that we're sort of figuring out that these are two distinct characters from each other, that there's Raven, that's the Metal Gear Rising character, and then we've got Ryu, who seems to play a lot like his Ninja Gaiden 3 form.
Raven, go take a Izuna drop. Bring back the girls.
Yeah. Yeah, the ladies. Oh, that's true. There's no ladies. There's no Kasumi. Maybe they'll be in the later
Did you see the
ones.
gameplay overview for NG4 on IGN channel, which is 7 minutes? I stepped away for a second, so I'm unsure if you're aware.
Oh, I haven't. We'll do that next, Mark, man. Thanks very much, Mark. Okay. So, let's chat a little bit and then we'll watch that 7-minute video because it would actually, I think that's kind of a cool idea if they actually pulled it off, which is, you know how in Resident Evil 6 you have multiple campaigns with each different character? What if they did that in this game where you do one campaign as Raven and that plays like MGR, and then you do another campaign as Ryu and that plays like Ninja Gaiden 3? That would be pretty cool, actually. So that I'm growing more optimistic if that's actually what they're doing. And then that would make sense why they're co-developing the game, because they're literally like working on two distinct sections of the game. What do you guys think about that theory? Do you think that's a possibility, what they're up to? Or is it going to be more like Devil May Cry where which Devil May Cry was it? 4? Isn't there? Yeah, Devil May Cry 4 where you play through the game as Nero and then you switch over to Dante in like the back half of it. Isn't that how that works in 4? I can't remember 4's campaign. It's been a while. Sounds plausible. Yeah. Or you start the campaign one way and then you switch to the other one. But it wouldn't feel as cohesive if it was like one giant campaign split in half. You'd want it to be one campaign that's Raven, and then the other campaign that's
It looks like
Ryu.
a typical Platinum game that they just slapped the Ninja Gaiden name on it for nostalgia purposes. They could have called the game a sequel to Shinobi and you couldn't tell the difference.
Thanks so much for the donation. I'm trying to read the Fartrell Cluggins. Fartrell Cluggins. Thanks so much for the donation. Oh yeah, what do you think of the visuals? Let's talk about that. You bring that up, yeah. It does seem a little slapped together visually. I could see that. Because, okay, let's look at the visuals. Like this. A little generic, yeah. The visuals do look a lot like MGR. MGR is kind of a good looking game, but I feel like these days, I don't know, it's just new games don't look as new. You know what I mean? It feels like everything now that comes out, it seems like it could all kind of be on the PS4 visually. I've yet to see, and maybe that's just the fate, because Harada was talking about these days that making any kind of game now, the dev costs for all of the art and stuff are just insanely high. So maybe as sort of a consequence of that, all the games coming out now are gonna just look like the PS4, unless it's like the most biggest game ever. I could see that being a thing where the character action stuff, the action game stuff is just sort of trapped in this visual era. That reminds me of Neo, doesn't it? There is some Neo happening with some of the visuals, I think. That would make sense, though, since Team Ninja's made so many. It would be kind of fun if you could go through and sort of spot all the... now that you point that out, you can kind of do that. You can go through... What's the last name? Cluggins, yeah. You could go through and sort of spot where the assets come from, maybe a little bit. So Ryu's assets definitely look like they're from Razor's Edge. That's Razor's Edge Ryu. Like those guys look like they're from Razor's Edge a bit. I bet, you know, they just did the remaster. We'll talk about that maybe a little bit later here. They just did the remaster. I wonder how much of the remaster assets they're like, just throw it in for. That'd be fine. Probably quite a few. Like this guy right here. Let's look. Let's get the pause on him here. This guy right here. No, this guy. This is what I'm looking for. This guy looks, I bet he's right from the remaster, because this is a Ninja Gaiden 2 enemy. So I bet they did sort of carry over the assets from the remaster. Maybe that's why there's a remaster. Maybe because they're like, well, where could we get some assets for the game that wouldn't be too expensive? Well, we have all of Ninja Gaiden, Razor's Edge. We've got Ninja Gaiden 2. Let's kind of bring in those assets and then touch them up. I could see them doing that. Kind of arcade-like. That's kind of an arcade tech. That's kind of interesting to think about. Using the arcade game development strategies here. I think that's just a reality of these genres. Yeah, they're going to use assets a lot. So I think the key is, I think with this sort of stuff for me now, it's more about like the visual design or whatever you call it, the visual composition and motif, where hopefully the game looks visually coherent rather than like just Mugen, you know? Because now that you point that out, you know, that's one of those comments that once you see it, it's like hard to unsee it because it might be kind of visually really all over the place between the different characters and the different sections. Ninja Gaiden 3 kind of suffers from this a little bit, where Ninja Gaiden 3 just because they do start like throwing in assets from 2 at the end. So you play the first half of Ninja Gaiden 3 and it looks like, oh, okay, it's got this kind of desert sort of look to it. And then the back half of Ninja Gaiden 3, they're like, yeah, we're just going to use stuff from Ninja Gaiden 2. So then you go to like, you know, the forest and stuff. And then there's the lab sections. It is kind of like that in Ninja Gaiden 3, so this will probably be similar in that way. Yeah, Dio says, I don't know if everything needs to glow. That's good. Like that look at this forest. Did I miss it? Yeah, the forest right here. This looks like the forest from Ninja Gaiden 3. Not standing up to scrutiny. I think what we can do as a fan base, as a chat here, is I think it's, in a way, it kind of makes sense as a follow-up to Ninja Gaiden 3. So if have you guys played Razor's Edge? Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge? Because looking at this footage, it does actually seem like a lot like Razor's Edge. So, I mean, if we're not going to get Ninja Gaiden 2 again in terms of like quality and like scale and stuff. So if we're getting kind of a follow-up to Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge, it'd still be probably really fun. But it probably won't be, you know, the best of the series or anything like that. Zoro says I haven't played Ninja Gaiden 1 and 2. A lot of people haven't played Razor's Edge. I like Razor's Edge, but it is a bit messy. It's kind of a messy game. 2 gets a little messy. 3 is like really messy, but it's fun. It's fun. So I bet that's kind of what we're going to get here. Okay. So real quick, I'm gonna download this IGN thing. Hold on. Okay, there was supposed to be like a 7-minute breakdown of the combat, right? So I'm looking to see where that is. I'm not seeing it. Maybe chat can help. Does anyone in chat have that? Earlier it was mentioned that there's a 7-minute breakdown of Ninja Gaiden 4's combat. Acid Punk says MGR looks better because the designs are good. Yeah, I wonder how much Capcom helped, or not Capcom, Konami helped them out with that.
Planning on playing Ing 2 today?
Yes. A Nibbler says, planning on playing Ninja Gaiden 2 Remake today. Yes. Yes, I am. So what's going to happen is we're going to chat about this stuff a little more. And then I'll probably take a quick break to download the game. And then we'll do it. We'll play it and we'll see. Because I've heard that it's basically Sigma. So we'll see. NCR Trooper Scout says, do you guys think Ninja Gaiden 4 will be simplified? That is an interesting question. I'm not sure. Someone said there was like a 7-minute. Let's just look. Okay, I'm going to continue. Look, you continue chatting. They said there was on IGN, so maybe if I look. There it is. Yes, here it is. Okay. So I'm going to download this real fast. And we're going to watch it. It's only 7 minutes, so it should only take a second to download. Yeah, how's it going in chat, everyone? That's awesome. So many people are tuning in. Okay, it's downloaded. DMC4 better than 5 says Jury Janny. Yeah, I think so. I like 4 better than 5. Yeah, I like DMC4 quite a bit. It's going great. Awesome. Yeah, it's cool everyone's tuning in. Oh, thanks so much, Samurai.
I would love for more games to develop and follow up on the way of the Samurai's pull and push block system, along with other systems from that series.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Samurai Smack. It's a 2D game, but one game that does a lot of cool stuff with pushback, if you haven't played it, is Shadow of the Ninja Reborn. That game does a lot of cool stuff with pushback. And I agree. I would love more action games to incorporate pushback into their design, especially games with like blocking, because it's a way to make blocking have consequences, and then also it's a way to even get like frame advantage on enemies and stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of cool dynamics there. So I definitely agree. Fats McGee says, I'm excited but cautious. I think that's always the best approach with these types of things, yeah. So let's check out this gameplay breakdown, shall we? So what's going to happen is when I first switch over, it's going to like be too big, but I'll fix it. Here we go. Yeah, I'll fix it real quick. Okay. Let's go back. Now I'm paying attention. I'm going to pause it to see if he's I wonder how much that's going to be. Ooh, I just thought of something. I just thought of something a little concerning, chat, which is, hold on, let me move screens around. Okay, I just thought of something a little concerning, which is one of my least favorite things about so many games. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance is when you go into Zandatsu, there's all that sort of like pausing, slowing down.
Did you see the Xbox article
Oh.
about NG4 and Black 2?
I didn't. Ed, let me know what it said. But one of the things I don't like about MGR is when you go into Zandatsu, that Zandatsu, it becomes very monotonous and you just repeat it, and it's slowing down. And so, and then the animation where you pull the heart and it's just repeated over and over and over and over and over. And you watch that heart pull animation like 10,000 times. And so I talked about in my review, what I started doing in MGR is just getting the Zandatsu kill, but then intentionally not doing the heart pull. So you didn't have to do the animation, which you have to like strategically miss the heart, but you can do it. But that's something I'm a little worried about. And then look at this. Let me see if I can pull the exact part. Let me move the chat over a little bit. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Okay, watch this. Right here, this. I wonder how much this animation is going to be like a thing. You know, because it's cool. Like in the trailer, it looks sick, right? It's really cool. But I wonder if that's like something that's going to constantly repeat. You know, every time you do this attack, you're going to have this slowdown. But if you do this hundreds of times or what? It'd be interesting to keep an eye on that. There they are. The action game bona fides of Platinum Games needs no introduction. I guess that's true. Bayonetta, Nier Automata. Include great action games such as Bayonetta and Nier Automata. Surprised they don't mention MGR. Maybe Konami would get mad if they mentioned MGR. Maybe that's why. Konami's like, get Metal Gear out of your trailer. Okay, we're crafting a new Master Ninja protagonist. Yakumo. I cannot read Japanese. Yakumo. I thought they said Raven in the trailer, didn't they? Yeah, Ryu's back, of course. That would be insane. Imagine they make a Ninja Gaiden game. Like, yeah, there's no Ryu, by the way. That'd be bold, I guess. Hit stop is when something happens and there's a little stop to emphasize that action has occurred. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be interesting how much hit stopping and hit pausing is going on. The pace of the game will be interesting to see. Because MGR had Platinum has a little bit of pacing issues with their games. Even with like Bayonetta, where you do the execution kills and you have to do the whole animation, and like by the 1000th time you're like, all right, that's enough. I get it, Bayo. But also that's something that makes the games really commercial. People really like that, so. Okay, now let's see. Okay, I wish they like put a outline on the text so I could read it a little easier. Let's go back. That's very Neo. Look at this. We're talking. The commenter earlier was talking about like bringing It was like putting together assets from different games. Yeah, they pulled this from Neo. They're like, quick, Neo boss. Yukamo. Yakumo. I thought they said Raven. Oh, he's from the Raven clan. Okay. We'll just call him Raven. How about that? We are preserving the dark, hardcore atmosphere of the series. That's good. Yeah, I think visually the game will look a lot like MGR and Razor's Edge. Like if you put those two together and then throw in some Neo, I think that's what you're going to get. Yakumo. Thanks very much, Dragon. Or Dagon. Yeah, I need help with some of these names. That sliding, that's very MGR, right? There's a lot of sections where you do that in MGR. You slide through buildings and stuff. Platinum loves to do that stuff. It's growing for me. What do you guys think? Do you guys get kind of burned out on that stuff on the Platinum games? Bayo 3 took it way too far. But even in like MGR, do you guys like that? The sections where you like run through a hall and then you jump and it has like QTEs and you slide on the floor. Those for me always get sort of, they're kind of fun the first time, but over time, you know, they do seem to be, I don't know, kind of not huge fans of them. Mamma Mia says I get bored by it. Yeah, that's it. They just lack a certain amount of depth. But GA Co says it breaks up the pace, and that's why Platinum does them. They said that in the action games without borders, like they specifically add these sections to create this sense of like anticipation or something. I don't quite agree with that philosophy, but that's just what you're going to get, I think, with Platinum games. And Ninja Gaiden 3 did kind of experiment with some of this stuff, but then as the game goes on, they like drop it. It's really funny. Like the first few stages of Ninja Gaiden 3, they like put in like a stealth section. They put in sections like this where you climb and things and stuff. And then by the end of the game, they're like, let's just make a real Ninja Gaiden game. So I always say like Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge like gets better progressively as it goes onward. It becomes more of a Ninja Gaiden game by the end. And then you get to the Ryu Shadow fight. That's one of my favorite boss fights in the series. That one's really good. So it'll be interesting to see the ratio to Team Ninja to Platinum in this game's level design. See all this stuff. You're swinging. Like, how often is this occurring? We don't actually know either. That's the thing about trailers, is they're always highlighting these sections in trailers. So it could be these things are pretty rare. Oh, thanks so much for their donation.
Plat games, you guys need to poly Ghost Runner.
Play Ghost Runner. Oh, I haven't played that one. Yeah, definitely. Maybe probably, is it an action game, Retroman? Ghost Runner? Because at some point, I'm probably going to just cover all of the Platinum games on this channel at some point. Murlot likes the platform sections. I'm not a huge fan of them, personally, but I just wonder how many we're getting. It's not, because they're kind of in Ninja Gaiden as well.
This won't be popular here, but I find when they do action sequence after action sequence after action on sequence, it gets repetitive. Egg Vanquish.
Yeah. Well, I think, Segfault, I know what you're saying. It depends, though, because you can break up action sequences, like regular fights. You can break them up with other things, too, though, besides just, like, running up a wall. Like, you could put a boss, like a mini-boss in there. That's something I think Ninja Gaiden 2 starts to do that I think's cool. Like, you put in more boss fights. You could put in other things. Make the enemy... But I know what you're saying. Like, it's finding that pace is really important, but I'm not a huge fan of... I think Bayo, for example, takes it too far. Like, Bayo, what happens in Bayonetta, the later ones, one's a little better about this, but like 2 and 3, it's like you finally get combat. You're like, yes, fighting, finally. And then it's like, all right, now back to platforming. the ratio is like way too off. And Platinum's pushing that ratio more and more. So hopefully they keep it a little bit more contained in this. Because look at this. Okay, all right, look at all this. How common is this stuff? How much are you fighting, and how much time are you spending platforming, climbing walls, running around? Because that's what makes Ninja Gaiden 2 so good. There's a little bit of that stuff in Ninja Gaiden 2, but there's just the ratio of fights in that game is so high that I really like it. So I think it's more of just the ratio of how often they're doing this. Fats McGee says, I hope there's no gimmick sections. Exactly. I'm a little worried about that too. There could be. It's impossible to know from trailers. We won't. It's impossible to know because trailers tend to highlight that stuff anyway. So it could be reasonable or it could be absurd. We kind of can't tell at this point. I mean, look at Stellar Blade, for example. When I was watching the Stellar Blade trailers, I was like, oh, yeah, this seems perfectly reasonable because it showed like a few platforming sections here and there and then lots of combat sections. So you're like, oh, okay. Then I played Stellar Blade and like all of the combat sections almost are in the trailer, and there's so much just wandering around in that game and so much downtime. It's absurd. So I don't think Platinum and Team Ninja will take it that far, but I'm curious what kind of ratio it will be in terms of downtime versus uptime, I guess, combat time. So far we're getting a lot of talk, but it's not a lot of informative talk. They're talking about the story and so on and so forth, but they're not really talking too much about the combat mechanics. Yeah, look at this. There's one bit here where he like jumps up onto a platform. Look at this. Ooh boy. Yeah, what I really want to not see happen, we'll see if it does, is if there's lots of gimmicky type of fights where you're fighting and then there's platforms, like Zelda stuff, where it's like, oh, go on the platform, and then that will be the trick. Or that's my favorite thing about, Ninja Gaiden is a lot of those fights, it just comes down to spacing, blocking, striking, playing the more fundamentals. Not always, because there's some cheeky stuff you can do with spells and that, but hopefully we don't get too many of the boss fights where, yeah, it's like, oh, you do this here, you do that there. Zelda-style stuff. Oh, this is a cool... Cactoid says, would you consider making a Steam curator page to recommend games? That's a cool idea. I like that idea. I definitely would. I love the idea. It's just, will I make in the effort? That's the question.
Combat
the
and
idea is
platforming
excellent.
should be a 65-35 split in an action game. The ratio can be more even if the platforming is deeper, but it usually isn't.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so Samurai Smack is thinking like 65-35. I think that would be kind of what most players would probably prefer that. I'm a little heavier on the action side, so I'd want like a 90-10, but I'm a little extreme in that way. But it is interesting. It would be interesting, Samurai, because I have to review it though, so I can't just review purely by my own preferences. So it'd be interesting if you could kind of, maybe I'll even put this out when I do the Ninja Gaiden 4 review. Maybe I'll post like, in the public at large's opinion, what ratio of downtime to uptime should the game have? It would be really interesting to see what people would say, and then maybe even try to sort of calculate that to some degree in the review. Like, how much time am I spending fighting? How much time am I spending climbing, riding on rails, sliding around under things? That would be interesting. So 65-35, that's a good sort of baseline there. I would want a really high one, but I wonder what the player base at large would think. What do you guys think? Go ahead, put in the chat. What do you guys think? What's your personal ratios? Oh, thanks so much for the donation, brother, by the way. Thank you very much. Story. Oh, please let there be skippable cutscenes. Please, I beg you, Platinum. Platinum does skippable cutscenes, though, don't they? Do you guys remember? I feel like they're skippable. I know they are in MGR, right? They do that, right? As long as the cutscenes are skippable, Stellar Blades weren't. Dear God. But as long as the cutscenes are skippable, I'm perfectly fine with that. Metal Gear 4 has an insane amount of cutscenes, but you can skip them, so that's nice. 110. 100. Yeah, that's...
OG2's difficulty level is the inspiration for NG4 according to the director and producer from PG in the Xbox article.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thanks so much, Ed. So Ed says, Original 2's difficulty level is the inspiration for NG4 according to the director and producer for from PG in the Xbox article. That's really cool. Do you guys think they'll live up to that, though? I think that's good sign to hear that they're aiming for difficulty. Do you think they'll be able to live up to that? That's kind of the question. Because, for example, Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance is hard, but it isn't that hard, right? It's kind of breakable and exploitable. And I do wonder, too, just based off of mechanics, I guess Ninja Gaiden 3 is hard, though. Razor's Edge is difficult, so I could see that. Yeah. Razor's Edge is pretty difficult. So I could see that being a good baseline. I'm so far on like the temperature, I'm like kind of excited for this. So that's an achievement. It's hard to get me excited for things these days. I'm so bitter, I guess, but kind of excited. The fact that it's two different characters really, it feels more reassuring to me, because that way it does seem like that way it would make sense to have the Platinum character and the Team Ninja character. I think that's kind of a cool idea. It makes a lot of sense. It takes advantage of the format too. I'm more a little bit worried about the level design. We'll see, though. Remember, lads, never pre-order. Go get a, that is... Yes. Very true. Yes. Yeah, because this all looks super... Oh, I better read what he's saying. I'm just getting lost in the footage. Let's go back to see what he's saying. See that right there? Okay. So he does finally start talking about the combat. Here we go. Let's read it. Heightened speed of battle. With combat against enemies occurring at breakneck speed. That's good. We want high pace, fast pace. Especially these days, combat is so slow across games. That looks a little weird. Doesn't that look a little weird? Let's look at this. Look at this. Oh, what's happening right now? Is this like a charged ultimate? Is that what that was? This right here. I'm a little worried that will be a lot of slowing down.
The remake is out on PS5 and Steam as well.
Yeah, thanks very much. Did you all hear my story at the beginning of the stream where I thought it was exclusive to Xbox? So I fired up my Xbox One X and I bought it, and then I go to play it, or I was going to install it, and I go to install it, and then my Xbox is like, "Yeah, you can't actually play this. This is exclusive for the Xbox Series X." Which I didn't know was possible. I didn't know you could buy an Xbox Series X game on your Xbox One X and then just not have it work. So I got to refund that, and then I got to rebuy. I'll refund it and then rebuy today on Steam. Yeah, so I'll get it. Should I get the Steam version or the PS5 version? Probably I should go with PS5, just because that way I can maybe play it and stream it at the same time, because my computer I don't think can handle playing and streaming
According
at the
to
same
the
time.
producer, 2 Black is supposed to aim for OG2's challenge and feel, while mixing in elements from Sigma 2 according to Xbox article.
Oh, Ed's doing
NG4's
some awesome
design
research
concept is adversity. From article.
here. Ed, you're doing a fantastic job. Thanks for the donation, by the way. Fantastic job on this research. So, according to the producer, 2 Black is supposed to. Oh, he's talking about 2 Black. Sorry, I thought you were talking to Ninja Gaiden 4. All right, now that's clarified. 2 Black is supposed to aim for OG2's challenge and feel, while mixing in elements from Sigma 2, according to the Xbox article. NG4's design concept is adversity, from article. I know, they always have these really vague concepts for their. I guess that kind of works, though. They don't want to be pinned in too much, so they're like, it's about overcoming challenges. They're never going to give you like super hard details, but okay, so 2 Black. So I'll have to see. I'll play it here later. We'll have to see, is 2 Black bringing back the enemy count from OG2? That is the question, because Sigma 2, you could tune up the difficulty by just making the enemies more bloated and stuff. But what makes Ninja Gaiden 2, the Xbox version, so special compared to Sigma is the enemy count. So hopefully they're bringing back the enemy count from OG2. And my memory isn't super good, but when I do the review, because I'm going to review it this weekend, I'll just back-to-back them so I can make sure to tell the difference. Hey, how's it going, Sora? Oh, Ed says we'll see NG4 is inspired by 2's difficulty according to the article. Unhinged psychotic freak. To be fair, a single word describing gameplay, however vague, is better than the story summaries. Yeah, I agree with. Yeah, absolutely. Psychotic freak. That's a fun name. Yeah, I mean it's fine. It's adversity. It's not. There could be worse. Jason asks, what would be your ideal action game? You know, these days, I'm just more interested in action games that are a bit more unique, but are also holistic. So just get those 2 ingredients together. And what I mean by unique and holistic is a problem with a lot of action game design now is they just mix and match mechanics from different games, and then they put it in this game. They're like, look how unique this is. But then the whole structure of the game doesn't actually suit the mechanics that well. So I'm pretty open-minded these days, but what I want to see is an action game that has a vision for the combat system, and then it makes everything else around the game highlight the combat system.
I like how MW5 handles downtime. You're either shopping and repairing stuff or you blasting stuff, but you're always clicking and making choices.
Oh, MW5. MW5. I feel like I should know what game this is. MW5. MW5. Let me look it up. Of course, you can clarify in chat. MW5. And when I'm streaming, I get 10% stupider. Mech Warriors 5. Oh, okay, cool. That's what it is. Yeah, no, I like so I haven't played Mech Warriors 5, but if the idea is that they're creating tension and pressure during, the the quote unquote downtime, that's good. So it's like if you have things happening that matter, right? The problem with a lot of downtime in action games is, let's say the downtime is you're going to run across this hall for 2 minutes or a minute. There's this hall that's empty. Run across it and we'll create downtime. The problem with that sort of design is there's no stakes. You know, Metroidvanias have this problem big time. There's a lot of them do. There's no stakes. There's no tension at all. You could just set the controller down, and if nothing happened, nothing happens. Especially because a lot of Platinum games like Bayonetta and stuff, they don't actually tie in the ranking to the traversal sections. That's something I highlighted in the Beautiful Joe review that I really liked. Is Beautiful Joe has sections where you like platform and run. Not a ton of them, but it has some. But they're tied into the ranking because the time during those sections still counts. Whereas in Bayonetta, from my memory, and I confirm this, is the time is only counted when you're in the combat areas. So, and the combat areas are just kind of scattered throughout the level. But the traversal sections between combat areas is meaningless. Nothing happens there. You could set the controller down for an hour, come back, pick it up, and continue forward, and it wouldn't have any impact on the performance. That's something that it's essentially a loading screen by the end of the day. You could have a minute, you could have a hall that takes a minute to cross, and you just hold forward for a minute, or you could, if you wanted, to create downtime, you could just have a loading screen, and the loading screen says hold B. So you just hold B for a minute. It's like, didn't you enjoy that downtime? So that's the problem with some of these downtime sections is some of them can be just, they're not actual loading screens, but they a function in the same way. They're not achieving anything. There's no tension, nothing's happening, there's no consequences. So that is something I'm always kind of keeping an eye out for with these types of sections, is if you're going to do something outside of combat, at least create some sort of stakes and tension and consequences. Otherwise, you're just kind of wasting the player's time. And also, something to consider is if you design your entire game around the first player's experience, which most developers do now. So let's say Ninja Gaiden 4, right? Platinum come in and they say, "Listen, Team Ninja, we have research that the average player fatigues after 3 minutes of combat. We have hard data across our games. We have little hidden things we install in Nier Automata and all our games and Bayonetta, and we can measure all this stuff. And we understand that the average player fatigues after 3 minutes of combat. That is just how it is. We have the data to prove it." So then they're like, all right, so then let's build this entire game that only takes place. This is a big hypothetical, but it's important. So we'll build this entire game around this idea that combat can only last at 3 minutes at a time because that's as long as the average player can do it. And what happens is that all the gaming reviewers, all the game journalists and stuff who probably don't play a lot of action games or play them sort of casually, they're going to go through and they're going to be the average player and they're going to say this is perfect. This is perfect. It's just the right amount of downtime and combat. I love it. 10 out of 10 masterpiece. But the problem is if you're a skilled player, you have legacy skill and you have much more endurance and you want longer combat encounters, you want like a 15-minute combat encounter, games these days just will not give that to you just through the structure. And you could turn up the difficulty all you want, but if it's structured that you only can have 3-minute combat encounters, then that's it. So that's the thing that with downtime I think doesn't get captured a lot in reviews, is that legacy players, skilled players, people who plan to play the game over and over, they're actually going to develop a higher tolerance than the average player for combat sections. And for them, 3 minutes is just getting started maybe. They want a whole beast of think of like Ninja Gaiden 2, that staircase sequence where you have to go up the stairs and you fight the ninjas on the stairs. That sequence is absurd, but if you're a legacy player of the game, it's like a highlight of the whole game because of how iconic and cool it is. So
First player experience means catering to the general audience, aka the casual gamers, aka the dumb IGN journalists.
RX0. Exactly. And the reason why this is so pervasive, I've been thinking about this a lot. The reason why this is so pervasive is because they have the most impact on your game's sales. So, I mean, look at Wanted Dead. Wanted Dead's a perfect example of this. I played Wanted Dead with, my sort of background in action games and stuff, and I was like, it has like massive checkpoints in Wanted Dead, like huge. The original version, I think they may have added more in to cater, but I think the original version of Wanted Dead had these like long gauntlet checkpoints. And I remember as I was playing it thinking, finally, an action game that is actually testing consistency. I love these long checkpoints. I think it's a great design decision. 2 thumbs up. You read every review, and IGN's like, these checkpoints are ridiculous. They're
Making games for newbies and ignoring legacy skill is utterly ruining modern strategy games, but casual gamers are the largest market.
Exactly. So I'll get right to you, battle mode. So you see this actually happen. So then what happens is IGN gives the game a really low review, and then the rest of the internet's like, oh, well, this game must be troll garbage. So, I mean, the legacy players and YouTubers, we can be like, oh, yeah, we love these things, but the part about it that I'm not super thrilled about is that the IGNs of the world and stuff, the Metacritic of the world, is so much more influential that they are sort of forcing developers to cater to them, even if I almost feel like sometimes, because I've seen this happen so many times, big scale and small scale. Like, there's a beat 'em up called Final Vendetta that came out a while back, and it actually had on launch a 1cc requirement. So the game had no continue system. It required you to 1cc the game, and it's a short, pretty easy game, beat 'em up wise. So I thought it was like a cool idea. It's like, okay, you're kind of forcing the player base to take on this permadeath style challenge. You have to 1cc it. Well, you go into the Steam page and thumbs down, thumbs down, thumbs down, thumbs down from tons and tons of people, new players. They're like, this is ridiculous. This whole 1cc requirement, I don't like it. And so then the developers patched it out. So you'll see this. It doesn't ever work the other way around, almost ever, that I've seen. It's always, yeah, you guys are right. It is always the large mainstream audience that pushes the developers into making the games more easy, essentially. But the difference is that there are certain ways to do this that could cater to newer players that developers don't do anymore. Like, one thing you could do is you could add an easy mode for newer players and be like, here you go, here's easy mode, you guys can play this. But oftentimes developers don't want to do that, and so instead they'll just make the entire game easy mode, and then the legacy skill players just have to deal with it, I guess.
As Mongold Jornos, we know who's bigger. But who sucks harder at action games? That is the question.
Okay, I'm going to answer Battle Mode's comment. He says, making games for newbies and ignoring legacy skill is utterly ruining modern strategy games, but casual gamers are the largest market. Yeah, I think you're going to see this across the board in pretty much all genres because, I don't know, it's just difficulty is no longer viewed as a legitimate part of the game's design. I've said this in other places, videos, interviews and stuff, that I view difficulty as content. So, and I think that's almost the only way you can describe it in the modern vernacular now that people would understand, is if you told them, hey, high difficulty modes are content, and that content is missing, because everyone values content. That's like the only thing that matters anymore. So if you explain to them, high difficulty is content. So if you make a game and it's easy, you have deprived me of the content that I want. I almost think that might help convince people a little bit more, and maybe even convince developers. You could just try to content shame them by saying, hey, I need a high difficulty mode here that's also legitimate. So, yeah, I think you're going to see this across the board. Like I said, a beat 'em up, a niche indie beat 'em up fell victim to this, which is crazy because there's not even a lot of casual players who play niche indie beat 'em ups, and even then, it happens. So yeah, I think you're seeing it across the board in all the genres, I would assume. Fighting games in a way, right? Because of all the comeback mechanics, you see this in fighting games now. Yeah. Oh, let me get to BGN's comment. Okay. Oh no, Retroman. Sorry, that was the currency's BGN. Retroman says, Asmongold / Journos, we know who's bigger, but who sucks harder at action games? That is the question. Retroman, that's kind of an interesting question, actually. Kind of an interesting topic. Do you guys, and I'm going to put this to the chat, you guys decide. Who do you think is more influential? Do you think like big famous Twitch and YouTube streamers like Asmongold? Who are the other big famous ones? Maximilian Dude. The big famous ones, you know. So big famous YouTube content creators, do you think they're more influential, or do you think IGN and the game journalists are more influential? Who would you guys put as the more influential entity among those two? I'm curious what chat says before I bring in my thoughts. Acid Punk says big Twitch people, which is true. Influential for what? Selling games? Yeah, true. No. Okay, let me put a scenario to you, I guess. Maybe that's the best way to help you with this. So let's put a scenario out that Maximilian Dude and Asmongold and these big Twitch YouTubers, right? A new game Ninja Gaiden 4. So Ninja Gaiden 4 comes out, and Asmongold and Maximilian Dude and all these really big Twitch YouTubers, they all give it a negative review. And then
Topic
IGN
request, just a video of you ripping into RPGs and their design flaws. Understand if you don't want to ignite the fans, though.
Oh, great. Oh, 1 second, Schmidt. So the scenario is big Twitch YouTuber types give a game a negative review, or IGN, and then IGN gives it a positive review, and then flip it. A game comes out, the big Twitch YouTuber types give it a positive review, but IGN gives it a negative review. Which negative review is more influential? The content creators or the game journalists? Ninja 4 looks tasty. I'm letting you guys reply. I'm not entirely, I think I know, but I'm also out of the loop a little bit with like big personality people. Acid Punk says no one cares about IGN. Malachi says IGN, I feel, because they have so much influence, I feel. Mr. Mamma Mia says, I think the talking points of streamers are going to be parroted, and then the overall sentiment of IGN is going to be what is felt more. Oh, that's interesting. Content creators, I've seen content. Scarred Steel says IGN. Journo says Con Neo. Brother says content creators are more influential, and that's why they get paid millions for reviews. Oh, damn. Millions, that would be crazy. That would be insane. Content creators, Scared Thumb. I think it's tough to say. That's why it's kind of fun to ask, because I think it's legitimately a tough one to figure out. But from what I've observed, I think it's actually IGN and game journalists who are ultimately more influential than content creators. And why that is because of access journalism, where essentially I think IGN and the official game journalist types, they tend to set the tone. And then the content creators follow their tone rather than the other way around, it seems. Because IGN and the game journalists tend to get to the games earlier, and they set the tone. And it's almost always that way if you watch it, like with Wanted Dead. Who got there first, and then whose influence was more felt? It was IGN's. IGN set the tone, everyone followed. And then look at Resident Evil 4 Remake. You know, the journalists...
Legacy outlets have more of a long-term impact. In the moment, personalities have more of an impact.
Oh, that's a great way to describe it. I think Schmidt did a great way of describing it. That's what I was getting at. Yes, I think that's the way to say it. Like, ultimately, in the long term, I do think it's the game journalists because they affect Metacritic. And Metacritic is like the marketing. Wasn't there a studio? I can't remember which one, but I remember there was a literal studio who was giving like bonuses based off of Metacritic scores, right? So
Depends on how the player navigates the area can determine the battle area. Setting off traps, creating landslides, breaking bridges, ect. There are many ways to use downtime in fun and interesting ways.
oh, thanks so much. Thanks so much for the donation, Samurai. Yeah, I'll get right to your comment here in a second. Just following up on Schmidt's. Yeah, I think he's right. I think Schmidt's got it because I think in the long term, Metacritic is determined by the game journalists. And it seems to be IGN is like the big daddy. And in fact, no one really covered this, but I believe IGN kind of owns all the other game journalists now for the most part, right? Don't they like own most of them? Like the parent company of IGN bought the parent companies of a lot of the other game journalists now. So they're like literally owned by IGN now, I think. Something like that anyway. But I think long term, that Metacritic score, that percentage is really impactful on how a game sells because guys, give me a random game and we'll test this. We'll test this real quick. Like, give me a random game that's like kind of good but not really well known, and we'll test this a little bit. Gungrave Gore,
When
perfect.
journos hate a game, we buy it more. When a streamer plays a game too good, we get scared away like we can't keep up. We need a middle ground.
Oh, that's a great comment. Okay, I'm going to catch up on everyone's comments. But someone said Gungrave Gore. That's a perfect example. So I like Gungrave Gore, right? But it's not the type of game that's going to set the world on fire, and it has a kind of a particular audience. But if you type in Gungrave Gore on Google, okay, so we're typing in Gungrave Gore on Google. What appears right, you guys can do this at home too. Like, put in Google, type in Gungrave Gore. Look what appears right when you type in the game. Right there. It says Metacritic score, IGN score. Right there. It's right there. So I think that's why ultimately Metacritic and the game journalists are the most impacting and influential, because IGN's review of Gungrave Gore took place forever ago, and it's right
Publishers
there.
don't care about any review scores except Metacritic. The reason is that investors will use Metacritic to determine whether a studio or publisher is going to get funding or not.
Bingo. Battle mode got it right on the head. Yeah, so I'll go on with that since it's kind of where we're at, and then I'll catch up on the other comments. But exactly. So that's my thought here is big guys like you two, like Max and Asmongold and those guys. I think what they can do is they can boost a game's sales a lot at launch, specifically. Like when the game's launching and content creators come in, content creators like myself, we can boost the game's score. I think that's a power you shouldn't use for marketing purposes. I don't like that, but that's what like influencers do, right? You can, or not score, you can boost the sales. You can use your influence to make people buy the game to increase the sales. So that's something that content creators do that's really like felt because it's so immediate. But ultimately in the long term, battle modes, I think, and Schmidt are right. In the long term, that Metacritic score and those reviewer scores are still incredibly the most influential, because when you type in the game, the Metacritic score comes up on there, and a lot of people, my brothers do, they literally go by Metacritic scores on whether or not to buy a game, always, and we have different tastes, so me telling them what to buy doesn't even help, because I'd be like, oh, don't buy that. And you're like, well, Mark, you're really hardcore, that so even me telling them what to buy, so they go very heavily on those Metacritic scores, and so that it's like built-in marketing. And like Battle Mode said, I think it does determine investment and funding and publishing and all that sort of stuff. Like those scores are so insanely influential. They're stupid and yet incredibly influential. It's crazy how that works. They're like the dumbest things ever because of how like the scores are so arbitrary often and like not even real well done reviews, and yet those numbers determine so much in terms of a game's finances. So yeah, that was a really fun, that was like a multi-layered comment question. Great stuff. But let me catch up with the ones that I missed. So we've got Schmidt. We got Schmitz. Oh yeah, Samurai Smack. He says, "Thanks so much for the donation." He says, "Depending on how the player navigates the area can determine the battle area. Setting off traps, creating landslides, breaking bridges, etc. There's so many ways to use downtime in fun and interesting ways." Yeah, exactly. That's why I think like the term downtime needs to be sort of re-examined, because it's more like variation of action or something like that. Because a game that kind of does this too that I'm familiar with is Metal Gear Solid 5, where so the traversal and stuff that sucks, but once you get into a mission in Metal Gear Solid 5, it actually has ranks, like S ranks, and it has like a little scoring system. And so once you're in the mission in MGS5, you don't just spend that whole time like fighting dudes, obviously, because it's a stealth game. But you spend a lot of time like setting up traps, like. But there's this video, this kind of like famous video. Here, let me just download it real quick, and then we'll continue on with more Ninja Gaiden stuff. But I just want to show this Metal. Okay, let me download it real quick. It's easier for me to do this than try to screen capture, I've found. So 1 second. And it is downloaded. Perfect. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. I can just show you guys. How about that? Let's see here. Here we go. And I'll fix the scaling. This is what I'm talking about. So once you enter the mission. Oh, I better mute this. Hold on. Okay, I muted it. It's playing a song that would probably get me copyright struck, so I muted it. But here we go. Okay. So unfortunately, you can't listen to the video because it's got copyrighted music in it. But this is what I'm talking about. Like this. So he's in the mission now, so all the time counts. So this time matters. So he's not spending all of his time, obviously, in combat, but look what he's doing. He's like, because there's the key here that separates this from like Bayonetta running down a hall or other games where you're just having downtime is that the time is being ranked. So there's a pressure now to be fast. So you need to optimize your movement. And I think this is the type of thing. It's funny enough, it's a Raiden. But this is the type of thing these types of games need to do, I think, where they need to build in the downtime into the actual ranking system and make it more meaningful. This is MGS5 at its best. I'll have to review MGS5 on the channel here pretty soon. I have actually 100%ed the game. But the problem with MGS5 is this: when you're in the mission, it's really fun, but there's all this time you spend in between the missions, downtime, flying in helicopters, traversing. Kojima forces you to watch the helicopter every freaking time. God, why, Kojima? That's one of those ideas Kojima has that he thinks is like really brilliant, but when you translate it into actual game design, it's awful. You have to time all this stuff. And you have to route it. So this was all like hard routed. This is fucking ridiculous. The shit you can do in MGS5 is kind of absurd. He's climbing that, I think, for the swag factor. Oh, no, okay, he's going up the hill. Oh, he leg shotted him so he didn't kill him. That's funny. Or did he? No, he just shot him with a grenade, so never mind. Never mind. I thought this was a no-kill run, but no. I think he's near the end here. Video's not that long. We'll speed it up a little bit. There you go. There you go. Cleared the entire mission. So that's what I was talking about. Where that has a lot of like downtime in a sense, but since it's all being ranked, it all matters. Ali Fornication Radio says, "Don't you get tired from holding the microphone?" No, I have hours and hours of practice because when I record videos, it usually takes me hours and hours to do it. So I'm like a professional. Plus, I have this little, you guys can't see it, but there's a little armrest here. So my arm's like sitting. There's an armrest off right here. So my arm's sitting on it. So it's just stabilizing the microphone so much as like holding it. That would be kind of tiring. I started doing this. I used to have a mic stand, but eventually I just got so sick of dealing with the mic stand. And then the mic stand's always like cutting you off in different angles, and I don't have a whole lot of space in here. And then one day I did a commentary where I held the microphone, and I was like, this is just so much better. I'll just do this from now on. Forget this whole mic stand business. Anyway, I'll put back on Ninja Gaiden. Make this readable. Well, get back here. Okay, I'll unmute it. There you go. Don't want it too loud. Okay, I'll get all the windows set back up. Looks like this. This goes here. Got it. Yeah, so Iris, yes, says, do you go to the gym, Mark? Yes. Yeah. One of my goals for this year is to get in a little bit better shape. Hand holding in games, less than hand holding the mic, yes. Well, the funny thing is I think this is kind of catching on with the Gen Z YouTubers. Emo mic. Yeah. You know what's funny is like my fellow millennial YouTubers and like the older Gen X millennial YouTubers, they use the mic stands. But I'm a little bit ahead of the curve because if you see the Gen Z YouTubers, they all hold the mic like me. So I'm trendy. This is super trendy right now. They'll actually hold on a sec. Whoa, scary.
Do you know if anyone is making a 3D version of
Still?
something like Gunstar Heroes or Metal Slug? If not, I will try to do it.
Oh, that would be so cool. Okay, 1 second. But I've seen Gen Z YouTubers do this. So this is a, you guys can see this on camera. So this is like a studio mic that is a lot more sensitive. They're both studio mics, but this one's more for like, I don't know. Anyway, this mic is meant to be held, point being. This mic is not meant to be held. It has to have like a special stand, and it's very sensitive. This is the mic you always see like podcasters use and stuff. But if you watch, Gen Z YouTubers will hold this bitch. They'll be like this. And the thing about it is it's so sensitive, they have to be like really careful when they hold it. So it's so funny. You'll watch some of the Gen Z YouTubers and they'll hold the mic and you can see them like so careful as they hold it. Yeah, so the mic holding thing, that's just me being cool. I'm ahead of the curve. Holding the mic is a good way to stay aware. Yeah. Dual mic. Double mic. Double it. Double the sound quality. Acid Punk says Gen Z likes cassettes and Polaroids. I like cassettes, even though the sound quality is ridiculous. But I used to, mostly from nostalgia, because my first music player was not a CD player; it was a cassette player. So I had cassettes that I would listen to. And then I think I got a CD, like a Sony CD Walkman, and then an MP3 player. But I have some nostalgia for the cassette because I did used to listen to them. Live karaoke, yeah. Drop the arcade game design mixtape, yeah. You know, there's an old video of mine where I broke out my, I recorded it was a video about nostalgia, and so I thought it'd be kind of fun. I recorded the entire audio of the video into a cassette player, and then played it back, and then captured the audio. So there is it's an old video with like no views, with not a ton of views on the channel. It's like Nostalgia is Poison or something like that. And if you go back and watch it, my audio is recorded on a cassette player. Okay, so before we go, because there was a request earlier to look at the 2D Ninja Gaiden. While we're at it, let's just look at all the Ninja Gaiden stuff. Before we look at the 2D Ninja Gaiden, let's hear your guys' final thoughts on Ninja Gaiden 4. What are you guys thinking? I'll give you kind of my thoughts in case people are just tuning in. I'm thinking Ninja Gaiden 4 is gonna play like a mixture of Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance and Ninja Gaiden 3: Razor's Edge. And apparently there's two different characters. There's the Platinum character and then there's Ryu. And I'm hoping that they break it up into two distinct campaigns, kind of like how Resident Evil 6 does. So you have the Platinum character campaign and then you have the Ryu campaign, and they'll play like their respective games. And I'm assuming they're probably going to borrow mechanics from each other as well. That's the part that's going to be a little bit concerning. Hopefully we don't turn into a giant parry fest in the Ninja Gaiden sections, because MGR is all about the parry. That's like the whole... It does have the other thing too, the dodge move though. But hopefully the Ninja Gaiden section doesn't become a
What are
parry
your thoughts
bonanza.
on Minesweeper speedrun?
Also, I think I caught everyone's chats. Let me make sure I caught everyone's chats. Okay, no, I didn't. I gotta catch up. 1 sec. Okay. So Samurai Smack asked... Sorry, Samurai, let me get to your comment. Samurai Smack asked, do you know if anyone is making a 3D version of something like Gunstar Heroes or Metal Slug? If not, I will try to do it. That's funny you asked that, Samurai Smack, because ironically, I think the game that is closest to this, like a sort of 3D Metal Slug, the game that's kind of closest to this is Wanted Dead, because of the grenade routing and sort of the weapon routing of that game, where you don't have a lot of ammo, but you need to make your ammo count and you sort of route your weapons. And then in the later stages, you route your grenades. Like the game is very heavily based around grenade and weapon routing. And then the melee mechanics of Wanted Dead are sort of ish like the Metal Slug melee mechanics, where they're a primary part of the game design, but they're more situational. And you have to take a risk to come in on people. I mean, it's not the closest thing ever, but it's surprisingly got some of those run and gun elements to it. But no, I don't think there is a like absolute 3D running gun lately that I can think of. I think Wanted Dead kind of comes close to it in some ways, but I can't think of any others that do. I guess you can say though, like some of the cover shooters kind of have a run and gun element to them. So Dead to Rights, stuff like that, because the way you use the cover, run and guns have some of that. But no, I don't think I've seen a really clear sort of translation of Metal Slug into 3D, which I'd be really excited for. So if you made that, that would be really cool. 1x at Bandcamp asks, what are your thoughts on Minesweeper speedruns? Impressive, right? Isn't Minesweeper has a lot of RNG, right? So wouldn't you spend a lot of time re-rolling it to get proper RNG? I don't know, it could be interesting. Scarred Steel says, no waifu, no baifu. Yeah, I know. The waifus have been eliminated from Team Ninja's roster. They're banished. Yeah, there's no Kasumi, there's no Ayane, there's no Momoji, right? Those are the girls and they're in Razor's Edge. So maybe they're coming, but they haven't shown them yet, but Gogeta says NG4 has no girls because Tecmo doesn't want, I forget what the K in Tecmo stands for. Tecmo doesn't want anyone to mod them. Really? Oh my gosh. It's so funny how much modding has historically and continues to annoy Japanese developers. They just have a real sour spot for modding. It drives them up the wall. They hate modding so much. Whereas like Western developers are like, please mod the game, because I think this is the one area that I think Western developers are a lot better than Japanese developers in, is their attitudes towards modding. Because Western developers usually, historically, are way more open-minded to it. They're way more supportive of it. Like they kind of like it a lot of ways. And Japanese developers, they just do not like modding. It drives them up the wall. It just annoys the shit out of them. So if that's true, that's a real bummer. We lost all of the girls from the Team Ninja games because someone modded, all the Dead or Alive mods just pissed them off. The Ninja Gaiden. I don't know if there is, because Ninja Gaiden isn't, now there's PC version, so I guess they're probably in there now, but the Dead or Alive modding scene, though, I'm sure is what's making them mad. So, yeah. Well, I think it's just a cultural thing more than anything, because Japanese developers copyright, they're really strict about copyright. Fan games, they're really strict about fan games. And except Sega. Sega's the one developer that's not like this, or one of the few that isn't like this. But usually Japanese developers, they cannot stand like people tinkering with their stuff. That makes them, even in like a small scale too. It's not even just, that's why I think it's cultural, because there are Japanese like indie shmup developers who would get really, I think the guy who did, what's the game? Oh God, I can't remember the name of it. But there was like a small sort of Toho meets cave style. Is it Stella Vanity? Am I thinking of? One of those. Maybe not Stella Vanity. But anyway, one of those like really small indie shmups. The Japanese developer was like just outraged, So they just don't like overall people tinkering with their stuff, except Zun. Zun's like the ultimate counterexample of this, but Yeah. So if that's interesting, if that's true, that Tecmo doesn't add girls anymore because of modders, but I could see that being absolutely possible. No, it's not Toho, because Zun's super cool about that. So Zun's a counterexample, but it's not Stella Vanity, but it's something else kind of like that. I can't remember what it was, but there's plenty of these, like small Japanese indie games that even them, they get mad at people modding them and messing with them. Yeah, Zero says, don't mods bring in more people, though? Yeah, they do. It wasn't Devil Blade Reboot, though. That's probably something Devil Blade Reboot would get mad about, Ocean Man. So maybe that happened, too. Can't remember what it was, but yeah. Ron asks, can you play Gungrave Overdose on stream one day? Absolutely, Ron. That's a fun idea. Would people tune in for that? Because I would. I've beaten Gungrave Overdose on the highest difficulty, the Overdose mode or whatever it's called. It's pretty fun. Granted, it's been a long time since I've played it, and I know they've done a ton of modifications and stuff to it, so who knows what state it's in now, but there was a time there where I was having a lot of fun with it. Lennon? No, it wasn't Lennon. That's probably true about Lennon, but it's something like that. It's not Stella Vanity. What the hell was it called? I can't remember what it was. Or was it Stella Vanity? Let me look real quick, just because this is tip of the tongue and it's bothering me. Is it Stella Vanity? Stella Vanity. Because I can recognize the graphics. Yeah, I think it was Stella Vanity. I'm looking at it. Yeah, I think it was Stella Vanity is the game I'm thinking of. I think that dev got really pissed at Western players for like messing around with it. Yeah, Retroman says devs of Code Violet won't PC port because of mod Westerners. Yeah, I think maybe this could also be why we like Cave can be a little bit, cautious about some of this stuff. Because you notice they kind of stopped doing PC ports too, like the new SDOJ release. That's only on Switch. There's no PC version of that. Sora says, Mark doing game streaming? Can I watch stream? That's what I'm a good at, according to Mark. I'm nice to you, Sora. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you're good at watching my streams, yeah. Yeah, you are the MVP of watching my bootleg game streams. So hyped for NG4. Yeah, so let's play this a little bit. I'm excited for it. But I'm keeping my expectations tempered. How about that? Like, I'm excited, but do I expect it to be the greatest in the series? Probably not. But I think it'll be one of those scenarios like Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge, where our brains have to compute that it's like a pretty good game, but it doesn't, that like sort of like 8 out of 10 area where it's like, yeah, it's good. Is it a masterpiece? Probably not. Is it terrible? Probably not. It's just kind of in that upper range. I think it really comes down to the level design. That's the thing about this that's making me the most... Basically, the two things I'm most worried about is how pervasive is parry? Is this just Parry Fiesta 2026 or whenever the game comes out? That I'm a little nervous about, especially with Ryu, because I know the Platinum character is going to be all about the parry if he's based off MGR, but I'm a little worried about Ryu. Is Ryu just parrying all day as well? Because I think I see in the footage Ryu does a parry too. And then I'm also worried a little bit about the level design. Like, how much downtime are we getting? How much time are we spending walking around, riding on rails, climbing walls? And the trailers, like I said, aren't a good indicator of this, because trailers want to highlight this stuff, so it could be a reasonable amount, or it could not. It's hard to know at this point, basically. Okay, wait, he's talking about stuff. Let's read this. Hold on, he's actually talking about stuff. Okay. Let me get this. With curses and chaotic landscapes, the world evokes a heightened sense of danger at every turn. Okay. I wish they put backgrounds on this text. It's hard to read. Over the course of the game, the city will succumb to the curse. Okay, so how often is this happening? Yeah. So you're in this like dystopian Tokyo that's breaking and falling apart. How often are you running around and climbing buildings and stuff? The environments feature enhanced verticality. I wonder what that means. Enhanced verticality. I mean, obviously, you are moving upward more, but I wonder if that means in terms of combat. Do you think they're gonna incorporate that into the combat in any way, or is it just gonna be you climb up walls and then fight someone, then you climb up a wall and then you fight someone? Okay, so here's the Ryu section. Tony Hawk Ninja Gaiden, exactly, yeah. You start doing kick flips and, yeah. More platforming, probably. Dio says more platforming. That's probably true. I can't remember if the Raven Clan is in the other Ninja Gaiden games. Are there any Ninja Gaiden lore experts in chat? Oh, Mark, Gungrave Overdose is on PS2. Oh, sorry, I was thinking of Gungrave Gore, not Gungrave Overdose. Yeah, I need to play Overdose. I need to, yeah. I'm going to cover that this year, the classic Gungraves on the PS2. That'll be on the channel this year. Yeah, he's so anime. Yeah, if it's Platinum. Platinum's like they love the anime, you know. They're all about it. That's why I kind of like. That's why I think MGR is a little bit of a breath of fresh air in Platinum's library, right? It has a little bit more of that Konami riz to it in the visuals and stuff. Isn't Raven Clan in 2? I can't remember. Is Ayane Raven Clan? Okay, yeah, dragon are good guys, spider bad guys. I remember that. Is Ayane? She's a dragon, isn't she? Who knows? The lore of Ninja Gaiden escapes me. Oh, they're still talking about this guy. I thought they were going to talk about Ryu. Yeah, they're talking a lot about the story here. Okay, they said there will be brand new characters as well as some familiar ones that series fans will be happy to see. That's got to be Rachel, right? Ayane and Rachel, right? I bet they're coming. I bet Team Ninja has them in their back pocket. Here's my thought. Team Ninja has Ayane and Rachel, and they're waiting. They're waiting till they're closer to launch, and then will reveal them. Don't you think? Yeah, I think the ladies they've got him in their pocket. They're waiting to reveal him towards launch. I think that's what they're doing. Okay, Ninja Gaiden 4. We kind of saw this before, but that's okay. Heightens the speed of battle, occurs at a breakneck speed. This is where we see him do a parry. Oh, this is a UT. I do like in Razor's Edge that they got rid of UT spamming. That was a big improvement in Razor's Edge. That's the steel on bone. Hopefully that doesn't have too much downtime to it. Uh-oh. New style features a wide range of instant kill attacks never before seen in Ninja Gaiden. That's interesting. I wonder what that's going to be like. Enemies guard and block just like the player. That's kind of cool. If they make the enemies, that kind of reminds me of the samurai fight in Ninja Gaiden 2 in the second level, I think. I wonder if they have enemies kind of like that. Maybe. Or maybe they're like, this is like Neo stuff. We'll see. Reminds me a little bit of Neo. They just look like charged attacks, Edgar says. Yeah, that wouldn't be good, right? That's like UT all over again. Easy game confirmed, Con Neo says. Yeah. That could be, right? Whenever they say the player feels... Let's go back. Let's go back. Okay, here it is. Players will need to keep a close eye on enemy movements to assess the perfect time to strike. So that's parries. Right? The new style is an evolution of action of Ninja Gaiden. Oh boy. I need to go back further. He says something about here, okay, the insta-kill. Opening up new ways to take on multiple enemies at once. I wonder what that is. Features a wide range of insta-kill attacks never before seen in Ninja Gaiden. Is that parries? What is it? Okay, yeah, charged attack. They have those, though. That's in the older Ninja Gaidens. The jump looks like a Sekiro jump, though, I do have to say. Look at the jump. Doesn't that look like the jump in Sekiro? You know, because the Ninja Gaiden jump is a lot lower. You, like, hover. You can kind of lower to the ground. That's a full-on, like, super jump up there. Steel says it's looking kind of amateur. I'm a little nervous in that way, yeah. Kanyo says, I think it means that crowd control is easier because they seem to give you more tools to deal with crowds, maybe. Yeah. And that's speaking of like amateur action game design, that's something that like modern action game developers really fall into is they don't think that like forcing the player to group enemies is a valid design thing. So they always need to give you like some sort of parry or some sort of special move to deal with enemies surrounding you. Versus like in a beat 'em up, for example, you have people on your left and right, and you have the desperation attack, but that costs health. But there's certain situations in like beat 'em ups and older action games where if you get surrounded, that's just a checkmate. You failed. And actually what you were supposed to do is you're supposed to not let them surround you. Whereas in a lot of modern action games, think of Bayo, right? With the witch time dodges, there's always a safe escape. No matter, you could have 1,000 enemies around you, there's always a way out. With a parry, with an invulnerable dodge, there's always a way out. And the Ninja Gaiden 2 is really good in the sense that it doesn't allow that always. Sometimes you just get kind of surrounded and get checkmated. Crowd control, yeah. Crowd control is kind of a lost concept. Sardius says, 0 chance this is going to be good. The only hope is that an indie game to just copy the old games wholesale with new paint. Oh, okay, like a old school. Yeah, the thing about that, though, Sardius, is I don't think indie developers can at this point because of the scale of the classics in the series like Ninja Gaiden 2 and stuff. It's just so much. You know, it's so much game that it took a lot of development time and experience and growth for Team Ninja in the 2000s to get to that point. And so, like, a new indie game now, like a new indie studio now, I don't think they have the capacity to really match that. I think that's what's happening with a lot of these kind of PS2, early 360 era action games, Devil May Cry's, Ninja Gaidens, is there's no one really out there right now who can match that level of development. The newer ones, like we're seeing here, probably don't have the experience as the studio. They don't have the same core staff anymore. And then the core staff they have, they're used to playing more accessible action games, and so they're going to include those elements. And then the indie developers, even the hardcore ones, they just don't have the production power to create games like that. I almost think ironically, I think okay, here's something to think about though, chat. Here's something to think about, which is kind of a funny thought, is maybe the strongest hope for these types of games now is the modding scene, ironically, where this game comes out and it's like easy. Oh, thanks so much for
The
the
jump
donation.
is like DMC, the air combat will be cool.
Oh, jump like DMC? 1 second, Samurai Smack. But I'm saying a kind of an interesting hope is rather than hoping for like an indie dev to create something equivalent, is maybe modders, right? So this game comes out and modders get a hold of it and start modding it and making it better. That's probably the most likely hope, right? Where a modder will go in. Because every time I talk about DMC5, for example, I haven't reviewed DMC5 officially, so I don't have any official views on that game on the channel yet. But just when it came out and I was more like just as a player talking about the game, every time I brought up a critique of the game, there was always someone being like, yeah, but you know they modded that, and there's a mod for that. Oh, there's a mod for that. So maybe that will be, so that like the saving grace of DMC5 for a lot of people is like, well, all these mods kind of fix these things. So maybe that's what will happen with this game if the core is good enough, is that modders will go in there and start playing with things. But Samurai Smack says, the jump is like DMC. The air combat will be cool. I don't think it'll be DMC-like, though. I think it'll be much more of the Platinum style of jumping. I think MGR has a jump like that as well. And Bayonetta and stuff. I think it'll be like those games where there's not... So the difference between, in my experience, the difference between like a jump in a Bayonetta and a jump in DMC is jumping in DMC is a distinctive state. You are airborne, so your moveset changes, everything changes. Like being airborne is a distinctive state. Whereas in Bayonetta, it like works in some ways is that Bayonetta doesn't have as hard distinctions of being in the air or not. The game kind of plays the same in a lot of ways, no matter if you're in the air, on the ground. Like the air to ground distinction in Platinum games is usually less distinct than in DMC. So I would assume that's probably happening here, but too early to say for sure. Jump has no iframes in NG, right? Makes it hard to escape when surrounded. I can't remember. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so, Dio. I can't for 100% remember that, but I do not believe so. And it's a lot more risky in Ninja Gaiden. You do a lot of jumping in Ninja Gaiden, but it's also, you got like on landing lag. I know that, and it's risky, especially at higher levels. So yeah, you don't jump around in Ninja Gaiden as freely as in Devil May Cry. I can't remember in MGR Rising how good the jump is. I don't think it's like super good, but I can't remember. Tita says, so is there any confirmation of if NG2 Black is based on Sigma or the 360 version? I don't know at this point. I'm going to do a stream here later that we're going to take a look.
Thoughts on NG2 Remaster? I kinda wanted to play the original again and I don't know if I can trust modern remasters/remakes lol.
Great question, Rufus. That is the question of yeah, of after we talk about NG4, I think it's really going to come down to if it's based off of NG2 or if it's based off of Sigma 2. Because earlier in the chat, I think it was Eric, someone in the chat did a great job of showing some quotes where they were saying they're trying to make the remaster more like the original. They're aiming for that original. But that doesn't confirm whether or not the enemy counts and layouts are the remaster or Sigma. I'm a little concerned that what they're doing, we'll see. I'll actually test this here later today. But I'm a little concerned is what they're doing is they're taking Sigma and then they're just like making it harder, but on the Sigma basis of having lower enemy counts, but maybe making the enemies more tanky and damagey. Versus in the original two, there were those high enemy counts, and I think that's the key distinction between those two. I mean, the original two is also harder, but the type of difficulty is different because you had more enemies and you had to control them more and stuff. So we'll see. We'll see for sure. Okay, so Fight the Rave says user reviews said that NG2 Black is a mix of vanilla and Sigma. That's interesting. So depending on how that formula is mixed, it could be really cool or not cool, or kind of okay, I guess. So the way the mixture would be great is if the level design was the original, so you had the enemy counts and the enemy layouts of the original, but then they brought in the extra Sigma content. What I'm concerned about is that's not what they're doing. What we'll see. My concern is that they're basing it mostly on Sigma, and then they're throwing in a few things from the original, like, oh, we'll make things a little harder by tuning the damage, and we'll add blood. So hopefully we want the base to be the original, and then we want the extras to be from Sigma. But I'm betting that's not what they did. That's my bet. Every Ninja game, and every NG game needs 6 versions. Yes, indeed. I kind of like, except Razor's Edge. There's only one version of that, right? No one should ever play Ninja Gaiden 3, the original. Razor's Edge, though, is really good. Gonna have to wait for mods. Yeah, that's gonna be funny. The guys doing all the mods on the original collection are like, damn it. Now we gotta go mod remake. We put in all this work. Now we gotta go mod remake. That's really funny. That's probably true, though. You're probably right. Well, the reason why, I'll give you my thinking into why it's probably based off of Sigma, is because from what I've heard, this is unconfirmed, but isn't it that the original version of Ninja Gaiden 2, that game's source code is like gone, right? They don't know where it is, or they destroyed it or whatever. So that's why Sigma, they have that version. So that's why everything's Sigma now. So probably on Team Ninja's side, their life would be easier if they took Sigma, they added in blood, and then they tuned up the damage and difficulty a little bit, and they're like, boom, done. That's what my concern is. I'd be really impressed is if they took Sigma and then they went in and then added in all the encounters from the original. That would be cool. I mean, they could do that, but I'm a little skeptical if they did. So did Bluepoint do the remaster? That's interesting. They're the guys who did Dark Souls, Demon Souls, right? So Pinata says, Bluepoint reverse engineers their remasters instead of using source code. Interesting, right? Hero Death is tuning in. Hero Death says, so far, NG2 Remaster feels like Sigma 2 as a base with some elements of vanilla, but I'm only in chapter 4 so far. Well, I think you'd be able to tell. I guess the real testing point is the later stages, but A review on Steam says that one of the early Sigma specific bosses is missing. I bet that's the Statue of Liberty. Don't you guys think? I bet they're like, we're not remastering this damn Statue of Liberty. No way. Is Sigma 2 a bad game? No, Sigma 2 isn't a bad game. Like, poor Sigma 2. It's interesting because it's not that Sigma 2, like in a vacuum, if there was no original Ninja Gaiden 2 and just Sigma 2 existed, it would be a fun, cool game. But the fact that the original Ninja Gaiden 2 is just so damn good, it makes Sigma 2 look a lot worse in comparison because it's got much more difficulty. It has more Riz generally, like even like the UI looks cooler in the original Ninja Gaiden 2. Then, like I was saying, the big thing though is those enemy counts in the original Ninja Gaiden 2. They're just so vicious, but it really pushes and tests the player in such a cool way. It's just a much more vicious game than Sigma. So that's what gives it that real longevity and like coveted factor among Ninja Gaiden players. Like ironically, if you're just starting with Ninja Gaiden, like it's your very first Ninja Gaiden, Sigma is probably easier to start with, you know, so you can get your feet on the ground and kind of get knowing what's happening. But at this point, I would hope they would remaster the original because Sigma already exists on PC and on all the modern consoles, and the original is just hanging out on the 360, though you can play it via backwards compatibility on the Xbox One X, which is why I have an Xbox One X. So at least there's that, but it would be great if we had a sort of definitive version of the original game outside of that. So that's kind of why. Like Sigma 2 in itself, like if you just played Sigma 2 without playing the original, you'd be like, this game rules. Why are people complaining? This is cool. Because it is, but it's just the original is better. So then it suffers by comparison, if that makes sense. This is funny.
I think they should add yellow paint in G2B lol.
Yeah, exactly. Well, where's the yellow paint? That's when you know it's a true remaster. A game isn't a true remaster without yellow paint. That's when you know remaster achieved. That's funny. Ninja Gaiden 2 double black. Yeah. Double X.
Did an almost 34-year-old just say Riz? Seuss.
Yes, I did. I know. I should be punished. But you know what? I have young children, and they say they pick up this stuff. I don't know where. Really early. It's their fault.
Hope all is well with the full-time Transition 8. Clearly these releases are testing a new engine in preparation for the next DOA volleyball.
Yeah, DOA. That's funny. Yeah, Samurai Smack. I know. I shouldn't say Riz at my age, but I'm just it's rubbing off on me, you know. That term rubs off on me. So, the Riz. I kind of like it though, right? I feel like millennials, we should be allowed to use some Gen Z terms, like the cooler ones. Like Riz is a cool one. We'll let that. It needs to be allowed to filter up to some degree, because we don't have a replacement for that. That's why it's such a good term. Because millennials, what do we have that equals that term? It's cool. You know, that's kind of vague. It's stylish. It doesn't have that same magic. So you got to give it to Gen Z with the term. It's just a good one. It's a good one, so I use it. Ushi says, hope all is well with full-time transition. Yeah, it's going great. Clearly these remakes are testing a new engine in preparation of the next DOA volleyball. You know what's funny about that, Ushi, is if you ever want to feel depressed, type in Steam charts the player activity for Dead or Alive Extreme versus Dead or Alive 6 or Dead or Alive 5. It's insane. Like, it's, like 10 times higher or something like that. So, yeah. Team Ninja, I think the last thing they'll ever stop making is Dead or Alive Extreme because it's just such a slam dunk for Team Ninja at this point. They'll just do that forever. You know, that there'll never be an end to those. Swag equals Ridge? I, swag, but I always think of swag as clothing, right? Like, oh, nice swag. That's your clothing, right? Or like your style, your outfit. I don't know. Maybe I just never used swag. Oh, charisma. Yeah, that's the proper way to say it. It has charisma. Maybe I'll say that. Swag dad. There you go. Yeah, swag or dad. Yeah, swag is cool. Is a great one, but I always think of that as like clothing. So maybe I'm just not using that one properly. But yeah, the chat agrees. Swag is it. So maybe I'll have to. All right, maybe I'll have to swap out Riz for swag. Chris says, "Hey, what's up? Wanted to drop in to say I love to see your channel grow. You've been putting in a lot of hard work. Thanks so much, Chris. Yeah, definitely. Especially that Mercenaries video. Man, that Mercenaries video, you guys have no idea how much production and like work went into
Swagger
that
Dad rizzing it up.
Yeah, so like yeah, definitely putting in a ton of work. That's dope, millennial version. Do Gen Z still use swag? I don't know. That's a good question. Any Gen Zs in the chat? Do you guys use swag? Drip. I know, yeah, they use that. They like that one. I've seen that one. That video is great. I loved it. Thanks so much. Yeah, I was really proud of that video. That's one of those. That's one's for the homies, right? For the hardcores, because like Mercs is surprisingly kind of a niche topic. You would think it would be bigger because it's attached to Resident Evil, but it's not. Like everyone just views it as this random bonus game. So, you know, it's not a super big topic, but something that Krieger and I were really passionate about. So hopefully that can be kind of like a real definitive look at the Mercs modes in case you ever are interested. Ron asks, could I do a quick action game ranking? Oh, man. Gen Z use swag. Yeah, that's Sora, I believe, is Gen Z weighing in. Thanks, Razi. Your Mercs vid was amazing. Thanks so much. Yeah, I'm really proud of that video. I feel like it's one of my best videos in terms of like production and all of that work I put into that bad boy. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right, Malachi. That is what makes the channel stand out. Yeah. When you go into like these really detailed areas of action games and stuff that are kind of way out there sometimes. Jason asks, how do I come up with unique ideas for a video game? You know, that's a great question, Jason. I think for me, whenever I come up with unique ideas, analyzing other games really does that for me a lot, Jason. That is one thing. Like whenever when you really analyze the mechanics of other games and then the dynamics of how they connect together, sometimes those can really generate ideas. And often not just like mainstream big games, but like kind of more smaller, almost experimental type of games. Like a game for me that's very much like that is Guange and Sin and Punishment. Those two games, every time I play them and analyze them, I'm always thinking of like, oh, it'd be so cool if games did this or that. So I would say kind of seek out maybe a little bit more off the beaten path type of games, but sort of in the area that you want. So if you want to make like a shooter or something, yeah, play of course like the standards, but then also maybe look at some of the games that are doing kind of unique things and then like analyze how they work. And usually in that process, unique ideas do come to you. You're like, this could be cool. So I think that's a good way to do it, is like playing games that are a little bit more experimental really shakes up those ideas a lot. Thanks, Steel. Merc's vid was Kino. Captain Wiggle says, I made a video probably last year or in 2023 talking about the NG4 rumors, and I said it was Platinum is making it. They could easily mess it up since they don't have a history working on Ninja Gaiden. That's impressive. That's impressive. I know, uh, Wigglepuff, that's always impressive when you make a prediction and you're right, and then you look around at the internet, you're like, guys, did you notice I was right? And of course, the internet at large has no idea you made the prediction, and then you're like, damn it. You know, where's my award in the mail? For me, Wigglepuff, a prediction I feel that way about recently is in my Nintendo ended with Iwata video. I predicted in that video, I bet, without even looking at rumors or anything, I bet the Nintendo Switch 2 is going to be really standard and really safe, and it's not going to take the creative risks that Iwata would have taken. And then the Nintendo Switch 2 trailer appears, and it's like exactly what I said. It's like, yeah, it's a Switch. I mean, I was like, I nailed it. But of course, that is the internet, unfortunately. That's why, yeah, I do wish you could kind of get a little bit of like bonus credit for if you predict things, because it is kind of, it shows that you're kind of plugged in and you're paying attention to a lot of the nuances and stuff. But it's always hard to, because at the time, your people watching the video don't know if you're right, and then YouTube is so ephemeral that by the time you're proven to be right, people forgot about your original video. So, yeah, impressive that you picked up that it was going to be Platinum. Switch again. Yeah. Everyone predicted that. Yeah, that's probably true, Ocean. I know, but it fit really well into my thesis of my Iwata video, so I was pretty proud of that. But yeah. Alrighty. So, Tita asks a really good question, and then we'll do the 2D Ninja Gaiden talk. BT7 says, please review Ninja Gaiden 2 Black as soon as possible. I hope they didn't decrease the enemy count. I'm going to do that. Yeah, this weekend, today, and this weekend. Like this Saturday I was going to cover Angel at Dusk, but poor Angel at Dusk is going to get pushed, so I can cover. So I know exactly what the next two videos on this channel are going to be. So as soon as possible is going to be Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, and then really soon after that is going to be Virtua Fighter 5 Revo, because these releases just stacked right on top of each other. So I got to go both of them. Am I going to play Ninja Gaiden 2 Black on stream? Yeah, I think I will. Yeah, I think I will. I'm going to probably take a break and then come back and play it on stream. Yeah. I believe so. But not yet. Not yet. Because that's going to require me to download the game and kind of change the stream setup a little bit.
As a 102-year-old, I say possess instead of Riz.
Oh, nice, Samurai's Neck. I like that. Yeah, it's always fun when you kind of bring back old school sayings, because I don't know, it's always fun if you can get them to work, right? Like pizzazz, cat's pajamas. Yeah, there's a sort of, because they're unique, right? So that's kind of a good idea. Pizzazz. It's not, yeah, maybe I'll have to swap out Riz for stuff like that. Oh, it's the cat's pajamas. It's the some of this stuff. I should really look up some old sayings and start bringing them out for fun. Pizzazz, yeah. It's got moxie. Yeah, that's good, Dio. Moxie, yeah. There's all these kinds of fun ones. Panache. Oh, Ash says, yeah, you want the live Ninja Gaiden 2 Black reaction? Yeah. Yeah, we're going to do it. The cat's pajamas. What age are Gen Z belong to? I don't know, Sora. Because I think I'm the, like, stereotypical millennial. So, like, if you like open a dictionary or an encyclopedia and looked up a millennial, you just see me right there. Like everything that's stereotypical about millennials, I fit all the criteria. And I always say it's fun. I can do this with millennials. I don't know about Gen Z. So someone asked me one day, kind of an older person, they're kind of in between Gen X and millennial, and they asked me, "What do you think? Do you think I'm millennial or do you think I'm Gen X?" I said, "There's a very easy test to tell if you're a millennial or a Gen X. Are you ready, chat? Here's the test. Did you have a what's it called? MySpace page. Did you have a MySpace page or not? If you were on MySpace, you are a millennial. If you didn't,
When can we expect the next Topic Zone episode?
oh, great question, Trooper Scout. So I was editing it today. I've already recorded it, and I was editing it together when the NG4 news dropped. So tonight, after I'm done streaming and doing all the streaming for the day and stuff, I'll finish the editing and post it tonight. So tonight. Yes, if you had a MySpace, you're a millennial. That's the key distinction, I think. I think that kind of works too, right? Because MySpace died before before Gen Z. So Gen Z don't have MySpace. And then by the time older like Gen Xers and stuff were aware of MySpace, it also died and they got on Facebook. So it's like the millennial trademark is to have a MySpace page. That's just kind of a fun little test, obviously. Obviously, that's not science or anything, but yeah, I don't know. Chat, you guys tell me. What is so for me, like having a MySpace page, that's the millennial sort of hallmark. For Gen Z, what is Gen Z's? Like, how do you tell if someone's Gen Z versus a millennial? Coming from Gen Z, not from me. So, because I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Life was good when MySpace was around. Yeah. That was the only social media platform I enjoyed. The only one. All the other ones I don't like, I don't use. MySpace, I did have fun with that one. TikTok? TikTok. Vine, I feel like Vine's a little bit millennial, though, don't you think? Because Vine is a little bit older. Instagram? I never had a MySpace. Minecraft. Oh, Fight the Raven or Fight the Rave. I think he's got it. Fight the Rave's got it. If you played Minecraft, I think that is the Gen Z, right? Like that is Gen Z. Yeah, Gen Z is Minecraft. That's a good one. Yeah, so if you played Minecraft, you're Gen Z. I like that. Yeah, Vine is 2010s, exactly. So what do you guys think of that? Minecraft is the Gen Z. Okay. Okay, while you guys discuss that, I'm going to get the 2D Ninja Gaiden game. Never mind. I can't get a hold of it. It's age restricted, and I don't want to deal with trying to get around that right now. On the downloader, it doesn't like if I try to download age restricted videos. Alrighty, so should we, before I fire up, okay, let's do this. Before I fire up Ninja Gaiden Remaster, why don't we look at the footage of it, and then we'll take a break, and I'll come back with the game, playing it. Though this might, no, this isn't age restricted. Okay. Here we go. Alrighty. I also got to get that refund from the Xbox version. Okay, here we go. All right, are we ready? So this is the remaster trailer, and then I'll download it and we'll play it in the next, after a quick break. What do you guys think about these visuals? I'm not sure how I feel about them. Yeah, exactly. Go get it. I hope they're good with refunds. I feel like they should be, considering that I bought it on the console and then it doesn't play on the console. Kingston says he thinks they look worse than the original. They kind of, yeah, I don't know how I feel about them, honestly. Zero says the visuals remind me of an indie game. Yeah, it has that. You know what this looks like, actually? Oh, that U5 Unreal Engine 5 looks soulless. You know what this looks like? You guys remember the trailers from Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta? Doesn't this kind of look like that? Doesn't this look like Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta? Yeah, it looks generic, but not bad. I can see that. Oh, yeah, look at this. This looks very... Yeah, it's a look. It's definitely a look. High contrast, yeah. It does look like Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta. I told you, it does, doesn't it?
As a 108-year-old, we wrote letters by firelight.
Thanks so much for the donation, Samurai Smack. By candlelight? Yeah. But let's bring letters back. Let's bring writing letters back. Imagine back in the day if streaming didn't exist and stuff like that, but like you're on TV or something and you said something that made people mad, they would have to literally write letters to express their anger. Isn't that funny to think about? Like you had a TV show or something and you pissed off some guy watching your TV show, and his only way to get in contact with you to tell you that he's angry is to write you an angry letter. Isn't that funny to think about? So you could just take like mean comments and just throw them away. You could literally take a mean comment and just throw it in the garbage. Man, that would have been the time to be on TV. Yeah, they'd have to pay for the postage too. They really a strongly worded letter, exactly, yeah. Unimaginable level of seething. I'm trying to think if I ever wrote like a cranky letter. I don't think so. I don't think I've ever. I think I'm a little too young for that era. Have a pigeon. Have a pigeon deliver it. Yeah. Motion blur. Um, Severance is pointing out. They didn't put a ton of effort into this trailer, I will say, but no. Here's an interesting thing. Shout out to Genshin. Here's an interesting thing. Like, try to imagine this trailer like you've never played Ninja Gaiden 2. So we don't know what Ninja Gaiden 2 is, and you just looked at this trailer. Would you think it's a good game? Like, would you think it's like really good? That's kind of an interesting question. Yeah, Ninja Gaiden's getting the love it deserves. Hopefully the remaster's decent at least. We'll see here shortly. I'm going to buy it here in a second and play it. See, look, see? This is what I was talking about with the trailer. With like trailers, how I was saying in the Ninja Gaiden 4 trailer, how they always highlight traversal and downtime and stuff like that in trailers. Look at this. Look at this. So,
Watching Minecraft YouTubers means you are a true Gen Z. Millennials and even some Gen X like playing Minecraft, but I doubt they watch Minecraft YouTubers.
that's a great point. Yes, that's it. NCR's, I think, nailed it. Yeah, if you played Minecraft and watched like those Minecraft influencers, that's a very Gen Z thing. And it's funny, I think a lot of our sort of current YouTubing editing style comes from those guys, right? Because if you ever watch videos on like how to edit and how to make YouTube videos, some of them are actually pretty good, but you notice a lot of them, you can tell, oh, you used to make Minecraft videos. You can just kind of tell by their style. It is a kind of interesting. That's a great point. Yeah, like Minecraft YouTube is sort of like the Gen Z thing. But look at the what I was saying about the trailer in Ninja Gaiden 4, where it shows so much like traversal and stuff. Look at how much traversal they're showing in Ninja Gaiden 2. Even though we know in the game there's like barely any, they're going to still pick it out and show you it cuz it's I don't know, I guess good for trailers, I guess. See, look at this. Like that's like the minimal amount of traversal in the game. Yeah, like the one rope, here it is. So, like we're showing you that one rope.
I think the visuals of these remasters age quickly. This seems to be also the case in my opinion.
Rufus, thank you so much for the donation. Rufus says, I think the visuals of these remasters age quickly. Yes, absolutely. This seems to be the case in my opinion. I think that's so true. You know, a good way to test this theory is go back and look at the remasters. There are some of them from like the 360 era and like earlier eras. You already can be like, ooh, yeah, this is definitely from that era. I think that's so true. So probably in 5 or 6 years, we'll look back on this and be like, oh, this is that era of the Unreal Engine 5 remasters. Remember, they did that with Ninja Gaiden 2. They did that with Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta. I think so. I think you're right. This will be like a specific era. But we won't, and I don't think it'll be a thing where we look back on these and think these are the definitive versions of the games. Because that doesn't seem to happen. A kind of a funny one, like a real old school version of this, is the Super Mario All-Stars. Remember those? Like they remastered the Super Mario Bros. 1, 2, and 3. And they kind of have like cool visuals and everything. But whenever you think about Mario 3, like, do you think about the All-Stars version or do you think about the original NES version? And it seems to be most people ultimately always go back to the NES version. So maybe that'll be the same case with like the 360 era stuff and the PS2 era stuff. I'm not. It'll be hard to. It's hard to say, but maybe. 120 FPS would be cool. That would be really cool. Do you think it has high frame rates? Is the definitive way, Sean asks, is the definitive way to play Ninja Gaiden character action game era on PC the recent ports or emulate Xbox Black, for instance? Well, with the. Whew. So, with Ninja Gaiden 1, that is legitimately a complicated question that I need to explore because Ninja Gaiden 1 has like 3 different distinct versions. Ninja Gaiden 1 OG, Ninja Gaiden 1 Black, and then Ninja Gaiden 1 Sigma. And from my understanding, Ninja Gaiden 1 OG actually has some meaningful differences from the Black version. So you got 3 versions of that game, and which one's the best, I actually haven't checked. So I'll have to do a video on that at some time. Probably up when 4 is getting close, I'll probably do like a whole revisit of all the Ninja Gaiden games, and like the mystery of which version of Ninja Gaiden 1 is the best will be discussed. So anyway, does GBA have the annoying Mario voice? Yeah, in the GBA versions they added in the voices, I think. Yeah, exactly. Lance McDonald says you can play Black on Series X at 4K 60. I do that. I don't play it in 4K, but that's how I normally play Ninja Gaiden 2 and Ninja Gaiden Black. I usually play them on my Series X. That's what I was saying at the beginning of the stream, where I bought the remaster on my Xbox One X, assuming it would work on there, and it was in the shop, so I spent $50 on it. And then I go to play, and it's like, yeah, this doesn't run on this console. I was like, so I've got to refund that, and then buy it again on my PS5. So the remaster. But yeah, the reason I have an Xbox One X is like it's the Ninja Gaiden machine. I use it to play Ninja Gaiden 1, 2, and 3, and Black, and all the stuff. That's what I use it for. Oh, Lance says, I'm really glad NG4 is running on Platinum Games engines instead of Unreal. Yeah, that's true. Enough of the Unreal stuff. So, before we close out this stream, hey, Mugem. Why not the Steam version? Oh, I'm not getting the Steam version just because of my PC. My PC is pretty powerful, but when it comes to playing and capturing, for most games, it's okay. But I'm a little worried about playing like a really high resolution, kind of modernish game, and then trying to record it at the same time on my computer. It doesn't have a lot of horsepower for that. So I'll probably just get it on my PS5. Give my PS5 something to do. I mean, it just sits here. It's unplugged. It just sits here, lonely. It does nothing. it has no purpose in this world. So might as well let it play Ninja Gaiden 2. Oh yeah. Rest in peace, David Lynch. I know. I need to watch. I've seen some of his films, but I need to watch Twin Peaks. I know a lot of people in my audience are big fans of it too. So, anyway, before we close this out and go into playing Ninja Gaiden 2 Remaster. Hold on, let me pull this back into frame. I'm just going to play this on repeat and mute it. Okay, it's on repeat and mute. Boom, boom, boom. I just wanted to get your guys' sort of final closing thoughts before we switch to the other stream where I'm playing. Lance McDonald is very fancy. He has like this check mark next to his name. Verified. I've never seen that before. Go to channel. I'm checking you out, Lance McDonald. Hey. Awesome. Wow. Yeah, impressively big channel. You know what's funny about YouTube? Lance will know about this. What's funny about YouTube is YouTube has this thing that if a more popular YouTuber comments on your channel, YouTube will send you this special ping that's like, "Hey, someone like really important commented on your video," and so then you can see it. And I remember, I remember when I did my review of Resident Evil 4 Remake, I would get those pings all the time. I'm like, "Oh, that's so cool!" And then I would go in there, and they're all just like yelling at me. I'm like, "Oh, damn." That doesn't happen so much anymore these days, but that is kind of a funny thing. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of a funny little secret about YouTubers. So if you ever go onto a YouTube video and like a big YouTuber video, and then you see in the comments like another big YouTuber, and all the other comments don't have a heart, but the big YouTuber has a heart. The reason why is that YouTube sent the poster a special ping to tell them, "Hey, this comment's like super important, dude." So that is sort of a funny little insider system YouTube does. But anyway, so what did you got? What do you think, Lance? Since Lance is here, Lance, what do you think? What are your thoughts on Ninja Gaiden 4? Oh, just there we go. Keep that playing. Yeah, Wabby. I think it's always fun to kind of reveal some of the like the behind the scenes YouTubing stuff, because YouTubing as a platform like is always sort of trying to psychologically manipulate you as a YouTuber in sort of funny ways. Has anyone tried modded NG2 Steam version? You know what's funny, Tita, is I tried that like on launch. Like or whatever, like when it very first released, the Steam mod for NG2. And so the version I played, it was like insane to set up. You had to like run 3 different programs and like do all this stuff. So I was like, this is interesting, but there's no way you're going to get like the average player to do all this. So I didn't really do a full review of it just because it was such a beast to set up. But from what I understand, it's like easier to set up these days. Lance says, my main thought right now on NG4 is who other playable characters might pop up throughout. Yeah. So I had a theory, Lance, that they are keeping the ladies in their pockets, and as we get closer to launch, that's when they're going to reveal them. They kind of tease it. Here it is, right here. Oh, timing. Look, right here. We're right there. Let's see where it's a little bit easier to read. There we go. There will be brand new characters as well as some familiar ones that series fans will be happy to see. So I think they're going to bring out Ayane and Sarah. Not Sarah, that's from Virtua Fighter. Rachel. Ayane and Rachel and Memoji. I think they have them in their back pocket, and what they're doing, they're holding them. And they're going to wait until they're getting close to launch, and then the ladies will be revealed. I think that's the strat. I think that's what they're doing. And I think it's going to be effective. So that's my thinking, Larry, is they will appear, but they're sort of holding on to them until they really want to get the marketing going crazy. Hayate? That would be cool. That would be cool if they had Hayate in it. Rozzy says, I hope NG2 features a good mission mode. Yeah, me too. The Razor's Edge mission mode are really good. Have you guys played those? Those really work. Hanoka? That would be funny if they brought in like random DOA characters. I don't think they're gonna though. I think they're gonna have like they're gonna have like the standbys from Team Ninja, and then they're gonna bring in some platinum characters. Who knows what those are gonna be? Probably they'll have Kasumi though, right? Kasumi's really cool. So they'll probably Kasumi's kind of fun in Razor's Edge too. She's in it, so maybe Kasumi as well. Mai, Mai belongs to SNK, so probably not Mai, but Kasumi and Mai are very similar. So she's kind of like Team Ninja's Mai. Oh, let me continue playing the background video. Itagaki, that would be awesome. I miss Itagaki, don't we all? Yeah, it's a shame he's no longer with Team Ninja because
What's your
he is
initial
such a
impression
fun
of
guy.
NG4 based on trailer?
Okay, great question. Yeah, I'll give kind of a final summary of my thoughts. So, Apocalypse Forever says, "What is your initial impression of NG4 based on the trailer?" So, we've had a really good, extensive conversation here in chat, and we've gone a lot of places, and we've sorted through a lot of different thoughts, and so I think we have a pretty solid impression now, which is that I think it's gonna play more like a platinum game than something like Ninja Gaiden 2. And then the Ninja Gaiden elements are going to play a lot more like Ninja Gaiden 3. So it's going to be a follow up to Razor's Edge in the Ninja Gaiden sphere. That's probably, unfortunately, going to really double down on parrying and countering. They were big on that in like Neo 2 and stuff, and Team Ninja's really into that right now. So we're going to see probably a lot of that. I think also there's going to be a little bit of like Neo type of boss fights happening. And then on the platinum side of things, I think it's going to be a lot like MGR, Metal Gear Rising, which is a pretty cool game. But some of the concerns that I brought up and chat brought up that I think I'm going to try to keep my eye out for is, first of all, the overall level design and pacing. I'm hoping they don't platinum it up too much, because Platinum have this lecture that they explain this called Action Games Without Borders, where they're all about the downtime, and they're all about having these sort of artificial break sections in order to, in their mind, make the non-break sections seem more intense by comparison, which I don't fully agree with this philosophy, obviously. So that's why Platinum games have increasingly more and more of this type of stuff, whereas Ninja Gaiden, especially Ninja Gaiden 2 and Razor's Edge for that matter, are a lot more dense and a lot more combat focused. And so I'm hoping that in that ratio, we're still leaning more towards the Ninja Gaiden side of things. But look at this stuff, like, sections where you're on a rail and sections where you're climbing walls. I hope they keep that to a minimum. But knowing Platinum, that could be like a real thing. So yeah, hopefully that ratio isn't too crazy. And then another thing with the combat mechanics that we're discussing is they talk about, I think upcoming here pretty soon, new instant kill techniques to deal with crowd control and to deal with multiple enemies, which sounds like they might be really removing the more grouping spacing elements or making those a little bit less intense and making the game easier ultimately, just with all the OP moves and comeback mechanics. And I was saying a bit earlier on stream that one thing that separates like classic action game design from modern action game design, so thinking of like beat 'em ups and even earlier Ninja Gaiden games, is with crowd control and spacing, you can get yourself into true checkmate types of situations, which I think is actually a deeper form of game design, where basically if you get too surrounded and you make too many mistakes, you eventually are just going to have to take the punishment and the hits. Whereas with modern action games, whether because of the player base or because they want to cater to newer players or whatever it is, but there's always a get out of jail free card in newer action games. Like in Bayonetta, for example, with the iframe witch time dodge, you could be surrounded by 10,000 enemies. There's always a way out because of that dodge. Same thing with parries. So another reason why parries are so popular is you can always parry your way out of a situation. And so hopefully that's not what we're going to see too much of, but it's a concern of mine that when all else fails, you can just parry your way to freedom. So you don't have to, which will minimize a lot of like that grouping crowd control element. It'd be interesting to try to analyze the hits done as well, because this is supposed to repeat. Oh, what are you doing, game? What are you doing, video? Oh, whoa, it's going crazy. Because I really want to see how much hits done the game has. Because over the years, developers have been reducing hits done and focusing more on like timed one-on-one exchanges. So that's a concern. I don't know if we can see, I don't know if they ever give us a frame of footage that shows us. Look at this. Okay, look at this. We're trying to find a frame of footage with like any sign of hits done. And it's really hard to tell. Like that, look at that. There was no hits done there. He jumps out of it. Let's go like super slow speed. Like that. Didn't he just jump right out of it? See, these are all finishers, so we're not seeing the hits done, but I think that one we're seeing, he hit him and he just jumped out of it. There was no hits done. So we're trying to see, that seems like there's some. It seems like there's some, but it's hard to tell in the trailer. See, no, he was knocked out of it. Okay, so he didn't jump. It's hard to tell with the trailer. We're trying to keep an eye out for any sign of hits done in the game, like what the hits done's like. There was a parry. 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 Or whatever. Steel on bone or something special. This shows the guy blocking. Then more sort of counters. I wonder if there's a single instance in the entire trailer of like a natural attack that creates hits done. Yeah, exactly. Wonder Wonka says, I hope the enemies don't just take turns. Right. Well, if you design a game to be based around no hits done, that's kind of what ends up happening. I don't know if we're going to see any. It's like suspenseful. Also, thanks so much for the donation, Shinkanzen Lion. Thanks so much for the donation. The thing should appear, but sometimes it can be a little delayed. Oh, wait. We might have some here. Wait a second. That seems to be, yeah, there seems to be some there. Right? There it is. I'm watching. It's just constantly showing finishers. Show some normal hits, for the love of God. It seemed like they showed a little bit, which had some hits done, right? Really. We have the entire trailer. There's one instance of him attacking a normal enemy. I think it's right here. Here it is. Let's frame by frame this. All right, here we go. Now, who knows what the FPS of the trailer is? Who knows? But here we go. Oh, he died? No, he didn't. Okay, here we go. So there's the hit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, yeah. He seemed like he was still in a stun animation during that whole thing, right? So it seems like there's hits done based off of the one hit we see in the trailer. So, yeah, it seems like it's probably, I think it's going to play really similarly to Ninja Gaiden 3 as a baseline. And then who knows what the extra systems they add in, though. That's the question. Do they make it, because extra systems can cause all kinds of problems, you know? Like if they add in this OP parry mechanic, why even ever attack, right? So, looks like a combo. I think those were natural hits, though. I don't think those were sequenced. I think those were natural hits. Thanks so much for the donation. You think they're going to add meter? Yeah, that's already existing. I think they added meter in Ninja Gaiden 3. Right? Isn't there meter in Ninja Gaiden 3? So they're probably going to carry over that meter. Yeah, there's going to be meters. Oh boy, you can bet there's going to be meters. Oh, Fats McGee has a great point. Fats McGee says they might have hit stun, but super armor on attacks that demand a parry. Oh man, that's a prediction that will ring across time and space, Fats, because it's probably right. That's probably what's going to happen, right? Don't you think with those red flash attacks, it's going to be you're going in there, you're swinging, and then the enemies are going to red flash, and it's like, oh, parry. Yeah, you can use it to heal or magic. From what I understand, Wonka, I'll have to ask Bog about this. Maybe I can get him to join when we do the remaster part of the stream, if he's awake. But from what I understand, you can actually do more with the meter in NG3 that is somehow related to Steel on Bone. And I didn't know this until Bog told me. I was like, what? Really? So, yeah. Nimpo is a form of meter, but I don't think Nimpo is meter. You're talking about Nimpo in Ninja Gaiden 2. I don't think it qualifies as meter. I think it's a bomb, essentially. And the difference is, I'll tell you what the difference is. So Nimpo in Ninja Gaiden 2 is a discrete item that you pick up. So you have to route for it or harvest it. It's a discrete item. Meter is always, it's like meter is something that's more abstracted and disconnected from the level design. So, for example, in Ninja Gaiden 2, if they want you to throw a fireball, they'll like put Nimpo there, like there's your Nimpo, and they'll put it in the level. There's like a physical form that it takes shape in, just like bombs and shmups. You know, bombs are discrete items that are on the stage and they're in their levels, and the developers put them there. Whereas with meter is this like kind of vague, ambiguous resource that's just tied. It's less tied to a direct part of the level, and instead it's like, oh, you attack the enemy, you gain meter. So what can end up happening with meters? It gets really disconnected from the level design, and so that's I think a pretty big difference. Like that's why there's a difference between health. Remember in like the Halo era of first-person shooters, where all of the developers decided, hey, auto recharging shields. That's how good game design is. Forget this whole health item stuff. Auto recharging shields, and then I can't remember, some later Western FPSs brought back health items, and the reason why is because the developers can create dynamics with health items, right? Because with an auto recharging shield, you can always take cover and let the shield recharge, and so you're always able to play pretty safely with that, depending on it. But with health items, what developers can do is they can create dynamics with health items where they'll say, okay, for the next 40 minutes, no health items. None. You have to not take hits here. Whereas with an auto-recharging shields, they don't have the ability to stop you from doing that, to stop you from taking hits. So I think Nimpo, now obviously it's not balanced this well in that way, but Nimpo I think is a little bit more of like a bomb in that sense, where technically they could have you go really long sections without ever getting Nimpo. Not that they do, but they could. So I just think as a mechanic, it's a little bit better than meter. Where meter, like Razor's Edge has this problem. Then another difference between like resources, like bombs and meter, is with bombs, especially if the bombs keep stacking, like Dononpachi, for example, you're rewarded for not using the bomb. Like there's a tangible benefit to not using that bomb because you can carry bombs forward in the rest of the route in the rest of the game. But with meter, when you get to max meter, there's never a reason not to use it other than you're stupid in terms of the game's combat. And that's kind of the issue with Ninja Gaiden 3's meter is once you get maxed meter, use it because you're just depriving yourself not using it. So the resource like the making the resources items that stack creates I think a bigger dynamic than auto recharging meters where they kind of flatten the game's design, right? An auto recharging meter because it's always acting the same and the developer has no way to really mess with that. So yeah, there's my thoughts on Nimpo as items versus Nimpo as meter. I think it's better when it's items, but with meter, also too, like even playing, you naturally feel when you're using Nimpo as a player, hey, I'm kind of, taking a resource here. I'm using a resource here. Whereas with meter, you never feel that way, right? Because meter's made to be burned. So when you're constantly spamming meter, you feel like, yeah, I'm doing what the game wants. This is how it's supposed to be. Whereas if you're constantly spamming Nimpo attacks, at least on some level, you're like, okay, I'm really abusing the resources of this game. So I think the Nimpo should obviously be better balanced in the Ninja Gaiden games. They're way too generous with it, but I do like the Nimpo system being an item better than the Nimpo system being a meter. But in 3, it's a meter. And I bet in 4, it will be a meter as well. What about Hellsinker's meters? Hellsinker's meters are insane. They're meters. There's like in Hellsinker, there's a meter of a meter or something like that. I don't even know how to. Hellsinker, I don't even know how to break that game down. It is so insane. It takes everything to such extremes. Everything about Hellsinker is extreme, so it's really hard to
Rise
analyze
of
that
Ronin
game.
would have been better if it was on PC and didn't have a stamina meter. As is, it is the best Souls-like mechanically and a great RPG. Emo.
Yeah, I think Rise of Ronin would have been. Yeah, exactly. I think Rise of Ronin would have been better if they kind of Ninja Gaiden-ified it. Yeah, and they added in more. What should I say? Pizzazz, right? If they made because also another issue with Rise of Ronin is it's just aggressively bland. I think that's maybe one of its main issues. You know what's tragic? You remember Game of the Year last year that just happened? They had all the nominees, Stellar Blade was in there and all these games, all these kind of games that were in there. You know what game was not even mentioned? Was Rise of Ronin. Even though I think Rise of Ronin is a lot better than Stellar Blade. It's like a better made game in a lot of ways. But because it's so pizzazzless, it's so lacking any sort of swag. See, we're learning here. Swag, pizzazz. It's not the cat's pajamas. It's just completely forgotten. So I think I agree. If they would have made it more Ninja Gaiden made it more visceral, darker, got rid of the soul sort of stamina system and made it more, natural with the combat, I think they could have done something really cool with that game. But as it stands right now, it's it is clearly 2024's most forgettable game because when Game Awards came around, nobody even mentioned it. Even though it was kind of one of the better made games of the year, it just was so forgettable, no one mentioned it. It was just lost in the sands of time. Poor Rise of Ronin. Mew Jam. Oh, Mew Jam missed the earlier conversation. So earlier in the stream, Mew Jam, I said Riz, and chat was saying that maybe chat's right, that I'm maybe a little too old to be saying Riz. A millennial in his 30s, maybe I'm a little too old to be saying that. So they were suggesting alternative terms like pizzazz, cat's pajamas. I'll probably still say Riz, but I thought it was fun. Aesthetics were not optimal. Yeah, and aesthetics are huge. Aesthetics are massive, especially in action games. Aesthetics really matter. They do. There's action games I see that I I'm like, that's going to be hard for me to play just based off of the visuals, just based off of, like, if I see an action game with like no engaging visuals at all, it's very hard. That's why I was saying, like, ironically, even though Wanted Dead's visuals, if it had better visuals, that game's reception would have been so much better. If Or Wanted Dead had better visual design,
I'll
people would
never
have
forget it.
given it a chance.
Rise of Ronin forever.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. I'm glad you're enjoying it though, Samurai Smack. I feel like that game deserves some love, I feel kind of bad for it. So, yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Anyway, I kind of lost. What was I saying? Sifu. Yes, exactly. Sifu is like aggressively without. Oh man, that art style of that game. One of my least favorites. I really dislike that sort of Pixar-ish, Mulan type of art style or whatever's happening there. I just not a Disney type of stuff. I really don't like that art style. But with Wanted Dead, it's kind of janky and Mugen-y and kind of ugly. So in some ways it's easier for me to play that game because it's kind of insane looking. But if it had a better art style, I think it would have got so much more positive press just on that alone. If it had a really cool art style, I think it would have gotten a lot more. They should have done like a Killer 7 type of art style. Imagine that. You take Wanted Dead and then you merge it with Killer 7's art style. That would have been really cool. People would have liked it. I think it would have gotten way better reviews just with that alone.
It was still way better than Ghost of Tsushima.
Oh, Ghost of Tsushima? Ghost of Tsushima? I never played that game. You know what's funny, Samurai Smack, is Ghost of Tsushima. I always thought there's this, what's that term? Like that Mandela effect. I always have this Mandela effect with Ghost of Tsushima where I always think it's a Ubisoft World War II shooter. Every time I hear that title, Ghost of Tsushima, I think of like a World War II Ubisoft shooter. And I cannot get that out of my head. I cannot banish that impression of that game's title. So every time people say, oh, did you play, have you heard of Ghost of Tsushima? I always think, oh, that Ubisoft World War II game? I think I'm thinking of like Flags of Our Fathers or something, and there's some sort of weird crossover there. But I always think that's what that game is. But it's not. It's like a Sekiro type of game, right? But I've never played it, but I always think it's a Ubisoft FPS every time I hear that title. Yeah, exactly. The go get it. Call of Duty World at War Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah. Doesn't it sound, now that I say that, like, doesn't it sound like a World War II shooter? That's what it sounds like to me. Alrighty, everyone. We're having such a fun time. I have trouble closing the stream off. But we're also going to have a fun time playing some, what do you call it?
Tips for a first-time Ninja
Remaster.
Gaiden 2 player?
Oh, I should do that during the stream. So, determinate negotiation. Thanks so much for the donation. I really appreciate that. So I have an old tutorial video on how to do that. And what's funny is that's one of my more popular videos now. But that was one of those, this is just the story of YouTube. Whenever you think you're making a video that's going to be super popular,
Looking at
isn't.
this trailer in loop, I wonder if those platform sections are gonna be actual gameplay or just glorified loading screens.
Oh, great point, Rufus. So, determinate negotiation, just real quick to finish off your comment. I made a tutorial video about how to play Ninja Gaiden and stuff. And at the time, I think it's a good video and everything, but at the time, I literally made that video for Dingo. Shoutouts to Dingo if he's seeing this. For one of my, I had a small channel at the time, so like one of the few patrons I had, Dingo. I made that video specifically to him, like Dingo. I think I even say his name during the video. I'm like, all right, Dingo, this is what you do. So I made that video specifically for him, and I think I did a good job explaining how to play it. I post it. It sits on YouTube for years with like barely any views. And then when they did the remaster, or sorry, the collection on Steam, all of a sudden that video, because there weren't any tutorials for the game, all of a sudden that video gets all these views and all this attention. Then I'm like, damn it! If I had known people were gonna watch that video, I would have like edited it better and done a better job. There's so many videos like that on this channel. Same thing with my arcade stick, how to play arcade stick, where there was some like early person when my channel was really small on Discord or on Patreon. I think it was Discord, and they're like, "How do you play arcade stick?" And I said, "Oh, I'll just make a quick video showing you how to do it." And I was literally thinking of him and like 5 other people, and then that became a huge video. And then I have other videos like the top 10 shmup soundtracks where I'm like, this video is gonna be it's gonna light up the internet. And I spend like so much time and energy editing it and preparing it, and then I release it. It's just like an average video. So point being, to that little story, I do have a little tutorial on how to play Ninja Gaiden 2. But you know what I'll do is when I stream here in a little bit and I switch over to playing Ninja Gaiden 2 on stream, I'll try to point this stuff out, because there's lots of like little techniques and stuff. But the big one is guard buffering. That's the big one, if in case you don't catch that.
Ghost of Trash, I mean Tsushima is not worth it.
But the big one is guard buffering, because that's a really unique, that's like a DOA thing that's in Ninja Gaiden and stuff. And the way it works, there's a lot of other stuff, but if in case you're leaving, I'll leave you with this one like real big thing in Ninja Gaiden, which is guard buffering, which is that when Ryu guards and holds his sword, that animation where he's lifting it is technically blocking. So the blocks, you hold the block and then you like attack, and then while you're like doing the cooldown of your attack, like you swing your sword, right? And while you're in the cooldown of your sword swing animation, the end lag, hold block, because you will block, as soon as the end lag ends, the block will be active. Even though the animation isn't there, that's why it's called guard buffering. Even though you're not animating the block will come out in the end lag of your attacks. So basically, almost always finish your attacks while holding block, and then if nothing's attacking you, then you release the block button before the block animation activates. This is like a guarding technique in DOA and Virtua Fighter as well, but basically you're holding block during end lag of attacks and then releasing it before the block animation comes out. And then if they attack you before the block animation comes out, it will come out. So there you go. It's called guard buffering. It's one of the key things in Ninja Gaiden, and it's one of the things that makes the game instantly a lot safer once you know the technique. So that would be my big tip. And then there's also lots of other smaller ones, but the big one is guard buffering. So hopefully that's useful. Just buffer that guard. Buffer that guard. It's funny is Wanted Dead has guard buffering. So that's how I picked up on it from playing Ninja Gaiden. And I noticed a lot of the mainstream game journalists didn't know about guard buffering. So they were complaining about Wanted Dead's like combat and blocking and stuff like that. And I was like, I don't think you guys are guard buffering. But anyway, yeah, so do that. That's a big one. Rufus says, looking at this trailer in loop, I wonder if those platform sections are going to be actual gameplay or just glorified loading screens. Well, if Platinum have their way, they'll be glorified loading screens, because Platinum don't, in this, I've said this a few times, but in case you were just tuning in this talk that Platinum gave called Action Games Without Borders, they specifically say that they want like kind of meaningless downtime. That way, when you actually are in combat, they believe, I don't agree with them, but they believe that intensifies the perceived difficulty of the game. So basically, if they make you do a bunch of combat, they want you to do nothing, essentially, for a while, to then let the adrenaline of the combat fade, and lull you into a state of like boredom and then have you fight again. So if Platinum have their way, these sections will have no stakes. They'll be kind of meaningless. Hopefully that's not what happens with them, but yeah. I talked about that earlier in the stream. This is why Beautiful Joe's ranking system, incorporating the platforming and stuff, that's why the platforming in Beautiful Joe's much more tighter and condensed and more filled with combat, because it's still inside the combat system and ranking system. Whereas in Platinum games, they literally don't rank those sections. So in like Bayonetta, your time matters, but only in the combat area. So once you exit the combat area and you get to your little rank, time no longer matters. So you could get a platinum in a combat encounter, exit the combat encounter, set down your controller for an hour, eat a sandwich, come back, go to the next combat encounter, and play it. And to the game, it doesn't matter what happened in between the combat encounters. That's a real platinum thing that I'm not a fan of. That hopefully is not in Ninja Gaiden 4. We'll see, though. So, yeah. Thanks so much for the donation, Rufus. Samurai Smack says, Ghost of Trash. I meant Tsushima is not worth it. Yeah, that game's never really interested me or tempted me in any way. So, yeah, I feel like it's kind of one of those Western Souls-like games, right? But I have never played it or anything, so I can't speak too informed about it. But it's never enticed me. And like I said before, I always think it's a first-person Ubisoft game. Sean asks, what are your thoughts on Devil May Cry 3? I catch strays all the time for preferring the original DMC to 3. You know, Sean, that's such an interesting comment because literally yesterday I was talking to an associate of mine, Boghog, about DMC 1's resurgence. Or was I? Who the hell was I? No, I wasn't talking to Boghog. I was talking about it in the Patreon Topic Zone episode. So I talked about this yesterday in the Topic Zone episode where DMC 1, yeah, that's where it was. DMC 1 is making a resurgence among like the general action fan base versus 3. I like 3 a lot. But I also am growing, my respect for 1 is growing a lot because I think 1 is doing something that is really needed right now, which is, you know, taking these core combat fundamentals and making them a bit more like slow paced in a sense.
Did your Stellar Blade video do well? Because if it did, you could do a one for Ghost of Tsushima before the sequel comes out, and criticize the game.
Oh, thanks so much, Fox Plays. I'll get right to you. So, anyway, for Sean, I think what should happen is the DMC3 fan. I'm a big DMC3 guy. It's like if you ask me which one do I like better, I like DMC3 better. But I do think the DMC3 guys, we need to lay down our arms against DMC1 because I think DMC1 is doing something that's really needed right now that could help bring people back into character action games a lot more. Because like DMC3 is just so insane and so overwhelming that you throw that at like the average player now, it's gonna blow them up. You know, it's just too much. It's way too much. And then all people know about DMC3 these days is like doing air combo resets and stuff like that, and they don't know about the fundamentals of that game as much anymore anyway. And so I think DMC1 sort of stripping it, well, it came before, but like stripping it back to like the basics of DMC combat, you know, just the real foundation, but not in this whole, how would you say it, like modernized way of removing the spacing, adding meters, adding parries and stuff like that. Instead, just making it really fundamental classic combat, but at a bit of a slower pace. I think that's something that's really needed in character action games right now. And so DMC1 does that really well. So, yeah, I think my point is that I think I like DMC3 more, but I have a lot of respect for DMC1. And I think right now it's kind of, a lot of people are moving to DMC1. I think it's a great introduction to character action games. So, Yeah, I think it's completely valid to prefer DMC one. Yeah, exactly. Uh, D Subversion says back to basics of action design. Exactly, but they're like the real basics. That's why I like them. It's not this whole, well, we'll just make systems that go around the basics so you don't need to learn them. DMC one, they were just like these are the basics of combat. Do them. So I really respect that a lot, and I think that's something that's a little bit needed right now. So yeah, don't let the DMC3 fans give you a hard time because I feel like if you're a bit more of a well-rounded DMC fan, you have to appreciate what one does. So anyway, yeah, the great comment. I think let me make sure I didn't miss any other comments. Okay, Fox Plays says, did your Stellar Blade video do well? Because if it did, you could do one for Ghost of Tsushima before the sequel comes out and criticize the game. That's an interesting idea. So yeah, my Stellar Blade video did do really well. I kind of angered the internet when it came out, but I've developed what I call like defensive tactics when I do a little bit more of a video that I feel will make the internet angry, which is that like Solid Snake, I run and hide. I said this in a old Patreon podcast episode when I talked about it. Like, you can't fight the internet. You can't parry the internet. The internet has you outnumbered and outgunned, and they will destroy you. So if you make a controversial review or something like that, the best strategy is to run and hide under your bed. So whenever I post, I think, reviews that I think are going to annoy the internet, like my Stellar Blade review, though I'm very proud of it, and I think it had to be said, but yeah, I've developed these defensive strategies of like avoiding comments strategically, and because I said this before, I thought it was kind of funny. I don't know if the other YouTubers are in chat, but you comments, like mean comments, they don't have hitboxes. They're like hit scan. There's no they're not bullets in shmups. They're bullets in Call of Duty. You can't dodge them. If you see them, they instantly pierce you. So your only strategy is to never see them. That's the only viable way to avoid their wrath. So with Ghost of Tsushima, I would probably just review the sequel at this point because I'm so out of the loop on that game. I could just come in for the sequel maybe and review that. That could be interesting. Maybe if it's an action game, maybe I will. Maybe I'll review the sequel and see if I make the internet angry. But if it's like a Western-made action game, the likelihood I'll annoy the internet is probably fairly high. So, but it's a good idea. Yeah, mean comments are hit scan. They just instantly hit you. Ty asks, "What's my taste in women?" I'm extremely open-minded. That's what like with women and with the human body. I'm very open-minded, and I've had friends that, like in high school and stuff, where there'd be girls that I thought were pretty cute that would be interested in them, and I'd be like, "Well, are you gonna ask her out?" And they'd always be like, "I don't know." I'm like, "Really? Really? You're just that awesome?"
Demon Souls review win? News cycle heating up, bruh.
I know, right? So there you go, Ty. I'm very open-minded. And I'm always a little bit suspicious when dudes are overly picky with women. Retro Man, like, I always feel like there's some sort of insecurity there with a lot of guys. I mean, it depends. You're attracted to what you're attracted to, but sometimes some of the dudes I've interacted with, their standards are so insane. You're like, what? Are you living in a fantasy world? So I just encourage you all to be open-minded with that stuff. Retroman says,
Have you thought about reviewing Suda 51 games, even the weird obscure ones like this anime-based one called Blood Plus One Night Kiss?
okay, so let me cover Retroman. He says, Demon Souls review when? New cycle heating up, bruh. So I want Demon Souls to be in February. So that's the goal. The Demon Souls video in February. Yeah, that's what I'm aiming for. So I'm hoping in February. I'm probably gonna have to like maybe just hard quarantine or hard like lock myself in a room and be like, I will not leave this room until I play hours and hours of Demon Souls. But I'm answer that question, Richard Man, is February is the goal for that. Have you ever thought about reviewing Studio 51 games? Thanks so much for the donation, RX0. What have you thought about reviewing Suda 51 games, even the weird obscure ones like this anime based on Blood 1 Night
Have you played the
Blood
club for
1
Xbox 360?
Night Kiss? I have thought about reviewing Suda 51 games. Isn't the Killer is Dead? Isn't that a Suda 51 game? Because I remember when that came out, I was this close to buying it, but it was getting kind of negative reviews, but I never did. This was in my more naive days. I think it's a Suda 51 game. Let me double check. Suda 51. I think it's Suda 51, right? Grasshopper. Isn't Grasshopper Suda 51? I think that's one of them. So I think I would start with The Killer is Dead. Isn't Killer 7 one as well? Because I want to do Killer 7. So yeah, I would probably work backwards though. I would probably start with the ones I'm a bit more familiar with. And then if I'm just like really digging them, I could see myself digging into the more obscure ones. I try to, with game selections, it's always kind of organic and chaotic what games I decide to cover and when, because it's often sort of just, I like to say, like my muse, like what's inspiring me today to talk about. And so I can wake up one day and be like, I want to talk about Killer 7. And boom, there's the video. But usually it's the games I'm a little bit more familiar with are a bit easier because they're usually ruminating in my mind. I'm thinking about them on and off. So Killer 7 and Killer is Dead would be ones that I could definitely see myself covering soon. Oh, this is a great question. 1X asks, have you played The Club for Xbox 360? So someone showed me this video, or someone posted this video to me the other day, this game to me the other day, and it's like this action game that was published by Sega that's kind of crazy looking, right? I'm going to have to try that or take a look at it because it kind of looks interesting. So that would be really cool to check out. Okay, so Alu says Killer 7's aesthetic, music, and atmosphere are fantastic. Gameplay's tedium. I know. I think that's what's gonna happen. So I'm kind of thinking about in my review of Killer 7.
Playing in G1 and DMC5 back to back, no hard lock on an NG makes combat more fluid and dynamic. Thoughts?
Oh, great topic. Yeah. Let me make sure I answered the other topics. But yeah, so the club 1X, I haven't played it, but it's so funny how this is happening where a game kind of gets in sort of the general mind space of the Electric Underground universe, sometimes before it gets into my mind space. This happened with Devil Daggers, where for like a few months, people were like Devil Daggers here and there, and I kept seeing it enough to I'm like, all right, I gotta try it out. And of course, I love Devil Daggers, one of my favorite FPS at this point. But so there's certain games this happens with, and the club keeps coming up. I keep seeing it, so I might have to try it out. I moved the window so far I can't grab it. Way out there. Get over here. I may have to close it, actually. Let's try this. Let's do the overview. How about that? There we go. Oh, it's still over there. Well. Damn you, Windows. Maximize. Okay, I think that did the trick. There we go. There we go. Okay, I got it now. Boom, boom, boom. Hold on, I'm going to get to your comment. I'm just battling the... Okay. All right, so TB asked, playing Ninja Gaiden 1 and Devil May Cry 5 back-to-back, no hard lock-on, and NG makes the combat more fluid and dynamic. Thoughts?
Get the PC version of NG2B for higher FPS and mods, and just turn down graphics if you have stream troubles. Maybe?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'll get to that in a second. So, playing NG1 and DMC5 back-to-back, it feels more fluid without the lock-on. I agree. I think lock-on's one of those things where it can work and it can't work because DMC has guns. So that's why I think the lock-on in DMC makes a lot of sense, because of the guns. But in terms of the pure melee combat, I do like the soft locking system of Ninja Gaiden. And I know that a lot of players don't like that because they prefer hard lock-ons, and they don't like there's a lot of players who don't like dealing with cameras in games, just generally. A lot of people don't like Resident Evil 4 because of the camera in that game. But for me, I always view, like in Ninja Gaiden 2 and 1, I always view positioning the camera and dealing with the camera as actually part of the gameplay. It's like part of your skill is placing that camera where you need to place it and when, and sort of planning and routing that out. And there's obviously like limits to this, where if the camera's just insane, and unreasonable. But Ninja Gaiden's camera system is very flexible and reasonable. It just requires some placement and thought. And so once you kind of get into the flow of how you place the camera, where, when, how you switch the camera, how you move the camera, I agree. It creates this really nice flow that I really appreciate, that sometimes hard lock-ons aren't always the most smooth experiences either, because what can sometimes happen is you have like 6 guys in a room and you hard lock onto a guy, but you want to then attack a dude way behind you, right? And then you got to move that lock on all the way back. And sometimes that can be way more tedious than just a soft lock. And also, I've always felt that the launcher attacks in Devil May Cry, the ones where you need to lock on to do them, like the upward sword slash and stuff, I've always felt those are a little awkward. They're not terrible or anything. Like, you can use them and learn them and like set them up. But because of the hard lock on, what ends up happening is like sometimes there's a guy kind of perpendicular to you, or kind of like 45 degrees from you, and you want to hit him with a launcher. And then you go to do it, but then the hard lock on like turns you further than you want it to turn. And so I don't know, sometimes, yeah, I agree. Like, I don't think there's ever going to be a one-size-fits-all solution to this. I feel like there's always going to be, no matter what you do in a game, some friction with that camera system. And unless you do kind of what we're seeing now, where developers just keep moving the camera further and further up into a bird's eye view. But the thing about that is, the higher up and further away you go, you lose that sort of dynamic, kinetic feel. Like, there is a visceral feel the closer you get to the character in the camera. And I personally really like cameras to be pretty close. I have a pretty high tolerance for that. So, yeah, I agree. The reason, though, why I think the lock-on system ultimately is kind of necessary for Devil May Cry, though, is because of the guns. You kind of need it for guns. Otherwise, it would be kind of insane to try to use guns without a lock-on. But with just pure melee...
You want a no good game, bad camera? Solstice.
But with a game... for a game with just pure melee, for the most part, like Ninja Gaiden, I think a soft lock camera is really good. So I agree. I like the soft lock camera of Ninja Gaiden. Okay, let me see if I caught Retroman asks, you want to know good game, bad cameras? Solstice. I've never played that. Yeah, there's a lot of good games with bad cameras. Mario 64, for example. That's a great game with a insane camera system. But at the same time, it is what it is. It is interesting because I'm assuming when people modify Mario 64 and port it, they probably change that camera system, right? Which might be for the better in some ways, but there is something distinctive about Mario 64's like kind of crazy camera system where like it hard angles a lot of the time, and then if you want to get like a bit of a degree, you have to sort of like zoom in and like slightly shift it. It's an inch. I know it's like one of the earlier 3D camera systems, but it is kind of an interesting distinguishing feature of that game. But yeah, it is kind of a crazy camera. Or DMC1's camera system. Dear God. There's one where you could be like, all right, okay. Like if they do DMC1 remake or whatever, and they make the camera like more reasonable, that's the one I'd be like, okay. Because some of DMC1's camera system is just absurd, but some of it's cool. Like, I don't know, maybe they could fix it to be a little bit less crazy. Probably not, but those types of, see, I'm very tolerant to like kind of crazy cameras. So it's always hard for me to ever want to change the camera system if it's really distinctive. But I can see a lot of argument for certain games. It's kind of like, all right, this camera system's insane. We don't need this crazy of a camera system. Yeah, Jack says DMC1's fixed camera is so bad. It is. And the thing about it, though, is I feel like they could make the fixed camera work. It's not that they couldn't make DMC with fixed camera angles, but it's like the angles they choose in that game are absurd. Like if they just made the camera angles less crazy, it would be fine. You know? It's annoying that every time the player restarts, it gets bigger. But we're just chatting, we're just chilling. We're having so much fun talking, I keep delaying switching over. Because when I switch over, I'm going to try to talk with you guys as I play too, but it probably won't be as smooth of an experience as it is now. Yeah, I think Onimusha, I haven't played a lot of Onimusha, but yeah, I think even in the fixed camera angle lexicon, DMC1, they could fix the fixed camera angle, like improve the angles of the fixed angles. Because what happens is they don't like naturally flow into each other. Like sometimes they'll like flip 180. You'll be in a room and it'll flip the camera 180. It's like, why not flip the camera like a certain amount of degrees or something? I don't know, but yeah, that game's camera angles are kind of crazy. And there's no way they would retain them in a remake. There's just no way. Oh, by the way, you all know that DMC1 remake, when's that coming? You know that's going to happen at some point. When they run out of Resident Evils, they'll be like, I guess it's time to remake DMC. Ali Drinky Poo says, I've become more of a fan of fixed camera angles. Yeah, I like fixed camera angles. They just, you have to do them well. It's like directing a film. Not all fixed camera angles are equally good. Some fixed camera angles are just better than others. Jack says, DMC1 Souls-like remake. Exactly. And I think that's what we'll get. I think so. I think we're going to get a DMC1 parry-based Souls-like remake. If we get one in the near future. If we get it in the far future, maybe trends will have changed at that point. But in the near future, if we get one, it will be that way. Because Capcom generally are trying to move towards a more Western style of design. Like they have no interest in this whole like classic Devil May Cry style stuff. I don't think. I think they want to move towards a Western style of design. Now, Souls is not a Western style game, but westernized Souls is probably what they'd aim for a little bit. Ty asks, hypothetically, if there was a remake of DMC2 that improved the broken gameplay and made it more arcade-like, would you play it? Absolutely. If there's any remake of the Devil May Cry games, I will play them. Whether or not I will like them, we'll never know. But I would definitely, whatever they're coming up with, I will play it and tell you what I think. I would have to, you know. It would be interesting. You know, the remake that's always going to be kind of hard is the one that's like kind of close. Those are, I think, the ones that are always going to be kind of the hardest. The ones that kind of come close, because then you're just sifting through a lot of really precise details. Okay, everyone. This has been a fantastic time. Now, what we're going to do is, I'm assuming this is going to sort of be a dividing, not a dividing, but like a break off moment, because that's kind of what happens with streams, between two streams. But so I'm trying to remind you all. Okay, so I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to download Ninja Gaiden 2 Remaster. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Rozzy. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Oh, Ron says, I don't like when devs remake actually good games rather than games that could use one. Exactly, Ron. I agree completely. Like, one of the best remakes of all time, ironically, since we're talking about Ninja Gaiden, is Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge. That is technically a remake, and it's a really good one, because Ninja Gaiden 3 Vanilla sucks. And all the Ninja Gaiden fans are like, this sucks. And Team Ninja went, you know what? Sorry. It does suck. Let's try to fix this. And that's Razor's Edge. So that's an example of like a really good remake, because I agree completely. The way it works with like remake culture is, that's what I call it, is in our current remake culture, the games that are remade are the all-time classics that people like, because that's built-in marketing. I'm going to just close this. So the games that are remade, let me close the border. Nope, not that one. This one? There we go. Okay, because we're about to close out the stream. So the games that are remade are the ones that are already amazing, like Resident Evil 4, Final Fantasy 7, and all that sort of stuff, because they want to tap into that built-in audience and use it for marketing. So in remake culture, they actually pick the games that least need the remakes, because they want to use those original games to leverage marketing wise. But in reality, the games that definitely benefit the most from remakes are games with problems, and games that could have been, like, a game that would be great to see remade is like Wanted Dead. If they went in and redid Wanted Dead and improved the visuals, I like the gameplay of the game a lot, but they could balance it a little bit better in terms of, it's kind of a mess right now, but like Wanted Dead would be an amazing game if they went in and remade it and like made it more robust and awesome. But that's a game they will never remake, right? Because they don't have a built-in audience and marketing to do that. So they're always going to remake classic, amazing games. That's going to be the name of the game. They're always going to remake games that don't need to be remade. And then they're not going to remake games that do need to be remade. Mingo says, did you get a review code for Ninja Gaiden 2 Black? Some people are getting codes. No, I never get codes, Mingo. I rarely ever get codes. The only publisher that I get codes from is Einen. Remember Einen? They did Shadow of the Ninja Reborn. And that's because I signed up for their mailing list. And I don't know many other publishers that have this. I've asked other YouTubers, like, how do you guys get review codes? And every time they explain it to me, it sounds like you're signing yourself over to like the Illuminati or something. So I'm like, no, I don't think I'm doing that. I'm not doing all that. Whereas some of the smaller, well, the only one I can think of is Einen. Einen, you literally like sign up for a mailing list, old school, an email mailing list, and they're like, "Oh, Shadow Ninja Reborn's coming out. Do you want to apply for the review code?" I'm like, "Yeah, I want to apply for that review code." But I was looking like, does Konami, does Ninja Tecmo, does Capcom, do they have like mailing lists? They don't. I don't know how you people get these review codes. I don't know what the. Plus, I know I'm probably not the most popular person to send review codes for because God knows what I will do to your game. So I know publishers probably aren't like eager to send me a review code anyway because I don't know what I will say, let alone the publisher. So if they're like Ninja Gaiden 2, for example, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, will I be positive or negative about this game? I have no idea. Until I play it, I don't know. It could be, I could not be. It's impossible to say. So I don't think I'm a big, what do you call it? Like a big high priority for a lot of publishers to send me review codes for things. And then I have no problem with like trying to sign up for like an emailing list to request them because I need to save money. But a lot of publishers don't have these. And so whenever I ask people like how would you get a review code for Ninja Gaiden 2 Black? I know a lot. I think you have to sign stuff. You have to sign up for stuff and give them like your YouTube channel and shit. And I'm like, Like, have you heard about Mark is too honest? It's not just honesty. It's also like I'm too unpredictable. It's like both together is what makes me really hard. Because if I was really honest, but then I was just naturally very predictably positive, even if I was honest, then publishers would be like, yeah, okay, this guy, he's predictably positive. Let's send him stuff. But because I'm so unpredictable and I can be negative, I think it just makes me a liability to send me review codes for things. And I've looked into like requesting review codes before, and like I said, every time other than Einen, because you can literally sign up for an emailing list. So it's like, oh cool, I thought that's how it worked. You sign up for an email list and you email them. You're like, oh, I'd like a review code. But it seems like that's not how it works, and you have to like sign up for these like weird agencies or weird services or something. And then they want access to your YouTube channel. Like you give them the ability to log into your YouTube channel to like check analytics and shit like that. I'm like, I'm not giving anyone access to this YouTube channel. The only person who has access to this YouTube channel is I'll write the login in a safe, and when I die, my son can log into it. I'm not letting some random stranger on the internet log into my YouTube channel. Not in 1,000 years. So I think that's... And you've heard about like YouTubers getting hacked and stuff, right? Have you ever wondered why that is? I think it's because YouTubers sign up for these services, and then, of course, they're probably not that secure. And then one of the dudes like, yeah, I'm hacking your channel. So... the natural consequence being I do not get review codes almost ever. I sometimes get like review codes for really small games where the developer like literally sends it to me, like personally, like here. But for like these bigger published games, no, I don't get review codes. Yeah. Well, I don't like this system though, Wonder Wonka. I'm glad. Thanks for the support. And at the end of the day, I don't churn and burn. So, I mean, it does suck, honestly. Like me having to spend $50 to play the remaster, like versus getting it for free. But at the same time, I think it's better to just pay than to deal with all the weirdness. I think that's, like I said before, that's how YouTubers get sucked into all this stuff. Because it starts with, oh, I just want a review code, and it ends with you giving them your social security number or something. It's just ridiculous how this begins and ends. So, oh, sorry, I was distracted by the chat. So anyway, I don't usually get review codes very often. And like I said, I don't think it's necessarily about channel size because I have a pretty sizable channel at this point. It's more about signing up for these services and playing the game with the publishers and stuff. Oh, it says, well, at least you have your commission playtesting business. Yeah, I'm starting that up. Right now I'm not advertising it too much, but yeah, I've been playtesting games and giving like detailed feedback and stuff. And the way I do it is I do by flat fee because I think that's the most logical way to do it, which is so a $200 flat fee, which is so you send me your game, I play it for a bunch of time. I want to usually get like the vertical slice of the game, like the part of the game that identifies the dynamics and the identity of the game, and I play through that a bunch, and then I record a bunch of footage of me playing, and then I record like feedback over it, so like commentary feedback over the game and stuff, and then I send that back to the developer, and then they review that, and then we have this long conference call, me with the developers, and go over the whole feedback and in the whole like philosophy of the game, and I give my insights and stuff like that. And that's something I just recently started doing at the end of last year. So I wasn't doing this until the past few months. So this is a new thing that I'm doing that I'm really enjoying it. I think it's really beneficial and fruitful and great. So yeah, I'm gonna announce like its official capacity here pretty soon. But right now I'm working on so much stuff that I think just where it is now is okay. But yeah, I've been doing that. It's been really good. Yeah, and I honestly really like working with developers and talking to them and stuff. I really enjoy that process. Oh, Tom Faze, did I miss your super chat? Oh no. I didn't. I must have missed it. Tom, go ahead and repeat what you said. Sorry I missed your super chat. Go ahead, Tom. Write it here. I'll keep an eye out for it. Yeah, I must have missed it. I really try really hard not to miss them. But if I ever do miss your super chat, just remind me and I'll address it here. But yeah, Sit Down Clown asks, I'm curious what you think about light gun games. I love light gun games. I'm a huge fan of them. My favorite light gun game is Time Crisis and the Time Crisis series, but there's a lot of really good ones. The House of Dead, and there's a really cool underrated one called Vampire Knight, which was made by the House of Dead developers on the PS2. And my favorite light gun is the Namco GunCon 2 because it has a sick sync cable. So it has like this yellow sync cable like the ones you plug in, and it has like a end on it so that you can plug in the console's sync there. And it makes the accuracy of the gun insanely accurate because it's using the console's sync. And it's like so responsive. It's amazing. And so when the Sinden came out, all the YouTubers on Earth were like, oh, the Sinden it's like playing a real light gun and everything. I think they had all been playing like on NES zappers or something. They had not experienced the GunCon 2 because I got the Sinden and I was extremely disappointed by it. I actually gave it away to a fan of the channel because its response was so slow. It was like playing an FPS with like the slowest mouse speed. It's like so you couldn't really play like Time Crisis and Vampire Knight well because you couldn't get the intensity aiming. It was too slow, too unresponsive. And then you go back and watch all the videos of the people playing the Sinden, and they're always like, they're playing like Duck Hunt and stuff. They're not playing high intensity light gun games. And so right now with light gun games, I want to talk about them, but I want to wait until there's like a legit LCD light gun. Then I can like talk about them, because right now the problem is that I could tell you like Time Crisis 2 is awesome, but I even struggle to play Time Crisis 2 and Time Crisis 1 now because then I got to get the CRT out. I got to do this elaborate recording setup and all this. And that's really difficult. So I'm just hanging tight until we get a really good LCD light gun. And I've heard there might be one that just released. I'm waiting to hear back from a patron on how well it plays. But once there's like a really legit LCD light gun, then I'm going to cover it, and I'm going to cover light guns because I want to talk about them when there's an opportunity for people to actually play them. And unfortunately right now, like playing them on CRTs, on PS2 and stuff, it's just for a lot of people there's just CRTs are too hard to get. And also like most people's CRTs are like little baby ones, right? Like the PVMs and stuff, they're like at most 17 inches or something. And to really experience a light gun game correctly, you need the big CRTs. You need a big Sony Trinitron, like the giant ass ones. And not a lot of people have those or have the room for those. And so LCDs are bigger and easier to put places, and people tend to have bigger LCDs. So I'm just waiting for a good LCD light gun, and then it's time. Then it's time for light gun talk. Oh, okay, so Tom Faze says, it was just that you should get PC version and just turn down the graphics if you have Steam troubles, since you get FPS and mods, and I think the majority of us will be on PC. That's a good point. That's a really good point, Tom. You know what? You're right. I'm going to get the PC version, and like you said, if it's chugging, I will just drop those settings for the stream. And then when I do the review, I probably could just whip out my laptop and put my capture card on my laptop and record my desktop footage with my laptop. I've done that before. I think I had to do that with I don't know, like Elden Ring or something like that. So maybe that's what I'll do. That's a good idea. You're right, Tom. I'll get the PC version because you're right. There's going to be mods and all that stuff. So that'll be the way to go. CT Table says, check table? CT Table says, CRTs from the 90s have better motion clarity than a $3,000 TV from home today. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, I think, even still, the definitive light gun experience is a big-ass Trinitron or a big-ass CRT with, you know, a GunCon 2 or a synced light gun. Those things are just so good. It's, like, impossible to beat that. But I'm just saying, unfortunately, most people don't have access to that. So I want to have access to something a little bit more accessible. But I agree, in terms of performance, there's no touching it. You're not going to beat a CRT with a synced light gun. It's just the best. So, unfortunately, LCDs, I think, will always be sort of a step down from that. John asks, have you played Ultra Kill? If so, what are your thoughts? I haven't played Ultra Kill because I keep waiting for the full version of the game. But from my understanding, that's not like a thing, right? Like, let's look at Ultra Kill. Ultra Kill. Because I thought it'd be interesting to talk about Ultra Kill and Devil Daggers kind of near each other. Because they're kind of peers in a way. I'm probably like 99.9% sure I will like Devil Daggers more. I mean, I love Devil Daggers. But I think it'd be fun to cover Devil Daggers and Ultra Kill kind of together. Or near each other, I mean. Not in the same video, but like near each other.
Off topic, but are there any stealth games you like? What do you think had depth to stealth games?
But, I'll answer that one moment. But Ultra Kill, it always says early access. So I'm always waiting for it to be done with early access. And I ask people, and people are like, oh yeah, it'll never leave early access. So you probably know more about this than me, chat. Is there any point where Ultra Kill leaves early access and goes full access? Still early access, yeah. Like, when does it become access? The end of the year. Okay, John says probably around the end of the year. That would be a great time. So I'll just hang tight until the full version comes out. Because I don't like to review unless it's like a very specific scenario, I don't like to review like demos of games or like whatever early access versions of games because you can never feel like it's a true review. Even though these days because of patching and stuff, that's kind of the case with all games, but still, just in terms of critique, you're like, well, I can't make an assessment of this game because it's not done. So that's the thing about like early access games that I almost, always try to wait till they're finished so that way I can feel a little bit more definitive in my feedback. Whereas with early access you could be like, I don't recommend this, and then they fix all the problems, then you're like, shit. So let's hang tight for full access, and then I'll or whatever you call it, finished access, then I'll review it. But yeah, I'll probably review it in Devil Daggers this year if it comes out this year. San asks, off topic, but are there any stealth games you like? Oh, okay, so great. I'm happy that you asked that, San, because actually this is probably a bit of a misconception because I love stealth games. I think they're one of my favorite genres. And before I got into fighting games, kind of in this period between like the PS2 era, like my college years, basically my college years before I did fighting games and YouTubing, that sort of just gamer college years. Stealth games were among my favorites. I played so much Metal Gear Solid. In 1 year in college, I played nothing but Metal Gear Solid 3 for an entire year. Now, I wasn't gaming a lot during that year, just to clarify, but I had an entire year where I just brought my PlayStation 2 with me, and I was at my apartment, and I just brought my PlayStation 2, and I just played Metal Gear Solid 3 on European Extreme over and over again. I love stealth games. I've tried to, what's funny is, San, Bog is not a fan of stealth games. He doesn't like them. And so I always try to sell them to him. And my pitch for action game players is that in stealth games, they're like slow motion action games, sort of, where there is a lot of action in them in a sense, but it's just like you stalk around and you do a lot of spacing, but it's just more, what'd you call it, like slower paced in a sense. But it's also not necessarily slower paced either, because in stealth games, there's a lot of hard routing in stealth games that I really like, where I love that. So I love Metal Gear, I love Hitman, I like the first Splinter Cell a lot. I don't like the other ones as much, but the first Splinter Cell I really like, or I did a lot when I was younger. So Splinter Cell, the first one, love the Metal Gear games, all of them, pretty much. 5 and 4 are, they got issues, but I still like them. And Hitman. I'm a huge Hitman fan. So those series I really love. And I'm trying to explain to like hardcore action players that really good stealth games have like ranking systems. Like MGS5 has a ranking. And like I kind of showed earlier in the stream, there's a lot of like decision making and a lot of movement in those games and stuff. But it's just at like a different form than an action game, because when you space against an enemy in a stealth game, you're spacing against not their like attacks, but against their line of sight. And if you look at like the early Metal Gear games with the line of sight on the minimap, I was trying to explain to Bog, like those lines of sight are like hitboxes, and you have to slide in between them. They're very spacing heavy games. The better ones, the good ones are. So yeah, I love stealth games. And I S-ranked all of Metal Gear Solid 2 Subsistence. So Metal Gear Solid 2 Subsistence, there's a disc that's all the VR missions, and I S-ranked all of the VR missions, and I love that. I think the one of the best versions of stealth games is the Subsistence VR missions. They're so good. And then when Metal Gear Solid 3 came out, I love Metal Gear Solid 3. But I remember being really pissed when Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence came out because it didn't have VR missions, and those stupid monkey missions don't count. Like, they didn't have legit VR missions. I was like, damn it. The campaign of Snake Eater is really good, though, so I forgive it, but I really wish there were VR missions for MGS3. And then they kind of stopped doing them. They're not in 4 either, are they? So I like those style of stealth games. I like someone mentioned Thief here. I'm not a big fan of like Thief too much or the kind of RPG style stealth games. So Dishonored, people are saying, "Oh, Dishonored's like a really good stealth game." I played. I'm like, no, it's just an FPS. It's an FPS with stealth mechanics, but it's not the same way. It's not a stealth game in the same way that like Hitman and Splinter Cell and MGS are. So, did you try MGS1 VR? I never played MGS1 VR. No, I never played it. I should, but I never did. Paul Allen says, stealth games are about AI and manipulation. Yeah, trying to be proactive. Yeah, exactly. But the better one, exactly, Paul. And then the better ones, so my favorite two are definitely Metal Gear and Hitman. And the thing I love about Hitman is it has ranks. So it has score. So Hitman, you have like, Silent Assassin, and then all the different, it's like really open-ended how you get Silent Assassin, and then like how fast you can get Silent Assassin and stuff. So, no, I really love it, stealth games. I'm a huge fan of them. It's just they don't make them anymore, really. And the problem with the newer, I should probably talk about the Hitman games, though, because the thing about Hitman is the issue with the Hitman games is I really love Blood Money. That's my favorite. And I really liked the first version of the Hitman remakes, which was, and all the old Hitman 4 Blood Money. I liked all those. But the problem with the newer Hitman games is the first one I actually really liked. So it was Hitman, I just called it that. So it was like Hitman 2016 or whatever, like Doom. That one I really liked. But the problem with the later ones is they just keep making them too damn big. They keep making it bigger and bigger. The maps get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And then you lose that, that focus. Whereas Hitman 2016, I think, found that nice middle ground where the maps were big, but they were still nice and focused and well developed. And then I played like Hitman 2 remake, or it's not a remake though, so it's like Hitman 2 reboot, and then Hitman 3 reboot a bit. And the maps just kept getting giant. They just kept, I was like, holy crap. So I do like the Hitman 2016 though. But now it's weird because it's not even like a game. Because they took Hitman, all the new Hitmans, and they made them like one giant ass game. So you can't even, I think you can't like distinctly buy Hitman 2016 anymore, or can you? Or now it's like part of this giant game. It's weird. Hitman has a stick up the ass game feel. The newer ones do. Yeah. Blood Money doesn't. Blood Money is crazy. Blood Money is insane. You guys should watch some Blood Money Silent Assassin speedruns and stuff. That game is insane. And what I like about the older Hitman games is they have like ragdoll physics and they have like crazy melee and stuff. They're janky, but they're fun. Okay, so we're almost done here because we're gonna do the Ninja Gaiden stream here in a second. But what's your opinion? Jason asks, what's your opinion on rhythm games and them taking over the arcade industry in Japan? I like rhythm games, but I'm not really that into them. And I've tried to explain this because if you look at rhythm games and shmups, there's like a massive overlap, a huge overlap. And in fact, a lot of shmup super players in Japan are also like rhythm game players and so forth. And so there's a huge overlap in game design between shmups and rhythm games. But why I don't think I really get into rhythm games that much is because they're like a shmup, but they don't have spacing. And I think that's what I need. Like rhythm games work on so many levels just like shmups, with like the routing, the memorization, and all that. But their lack of spacing is kind of where they lose me.
Do you play Sniper Elite games?
So I think design-wise and stuff, rhythm games are a really cool genre. And I want to play like Dance Dance Revolution or something. I want to play a more physical rhythm game like that. But in terms of like Beatmania and stuff, I really respect their design. But personally, as a player, I never can bring myself to get into them too much because I'm like, it's like a shmup with no spacing, and so that's a little hard for me to get into. Like Wanted Dead had little rhythm game segments and stuff, and I was like, nah. But there's skill intensive games though, so that's why people love them, and I think that's why they're popular. I feel like now, especially, could be a great time for rhythm games because a lot of people, a lot of rhythm game elements are kind of making their way into games. Just people don't know it. So I think they're cool and everything, but the lack of spacing for me is kind of where I'm missing the hook for them. I need like a spacing element in my game to some degree. Bandcamp asks, "Do I play Sniper Elite games?" No, I've never played that. Are they like stealth games? I've never played Sniper Elite. Sounds like a stealth game though. Let me look. Sniper Elite. A tactical shooter. Developed by Rebellion. Third person tactical shooter. Yeah, that
Your
sounds cool.
thoughts on Clive and Tekken 8?
That sounds really cool. Yeah, those types of games. If I feel like, if I had met those types of games during my college years, I would have been so into that stuff. Like the days where I was just playing Metal Gear all the time and playing a lot of stealth games, like these types of like types of tactical shooter games, I probably would have really liked because I do kind of like them. But right now, my bandwidth is, a little stretched thin, so it's hard for me to get into them as much. But I do naturally really like those kinds of games, like tactical shooting, stealth. I do like that stuff. Nicholas asks, your thoughts on Clive in Tekken 8? Well, that's a great question because it's kind of the missing part of my Tekken 8 Authenticity Crisis video because Clive wasn't released then. But I was thinking a lot about it during that video of I knew the fourth character had to be a big one because there's no way they could do Eddie, Heihachi, this new character Lydia she seems kind of cool, but no one's going to get that excited about it. So of course they needed the fourth character to be the home run, right? Of course, and it's kind of a new tradition now. It seems with these game passes or whatever, it's like the final character of the year is the slam dunk. It's the Dizzy Exert or whatever. Like the big one needs to be the final one. So it was always a question of what's that going to be, and obviously Tifa was what the fan base were really, really, really wanting. But it doesn't surprise me that it's Clive. And my thoughts is it's all cross promotion. That's why. I think they want to promote Final Fantasy 16. And, because the sales are kind of shaky on that. And so they're like, hey, we want to promote FF16. And Tekken is kind of getting a Final Fantasy character. They're not getting Tifa. They can't have her. Not yet. I said this what did I say this? I think I said this in some stream at some point, but I feel like Tifa is Tekken 8's break in case of emergency character. Like, I wouldn't take her off the table because I think what will happen is whenever Namco feel like Tekken 8 is starting to really slip in terms of mainstream attention and appeal, like when it's starting to fall off, that's when they go, psh, Tifa, So they're saving Tifa for that moment of when they really need her. And so I think Clive it's very logical they went with that, where they're kind of giving you, for the casual fans, like kind of a Final Fantasy character. But personally, I don't have any interest in Clive. I don't know. I don't really he's basically, what's his name? He's basically Noctis, right? He's like Noctis 2.0 in terms of Tekken. And I wasn't a huge fan of Noctis in Tekken 7, so it also makes sense because I guess he was kind of popular in Tekken 7, so they brought him back in a sense in Tekken 8 with Clive. And now that Virtua Fighter 6 is announced and we've kind of seen it, I think it's kind of fitting as a Virtua Fighter fan and as a Tekken fan, but like I think it's fitting that we're seeing like such a big separation in Virtua Fighter versus Tekken, where there was an era, so like VF5 and Tekken 6, there was an era there where VF5 and Tekken 6 shared more of a similarity with each other. Tekken was always the more like fantastical kind of crazy one over VF, obviously, but it was kind of within that realm a bit. But nowadays, like there's such a huge difference between VF and Tekken 6, or such a huge difference between VF and Tekken. And Clive just really is like such a perfect example of that, where they've got, you know, a sword summoning character and he's a fantasy character and all this sort of stuff. He doesn't even punch and kick and all that. I mean, personally, it's hard for me to feel too passionately about it or not. I won't buy him. I don't really have any interest in buying him or anything. And I probably won't care that much playing against him or anything, but yeah, I think he's like the perfect symptom of Tekken 8. He is a good indication of what that game's going for versus VF and kind of what direction Tekken's going in. I think what we'll see ultimately, and I think Camp Namco are kind of steering the series in this direction, is I think Tekken is ultimately going to become the Super Smash Brothers of 3D fighting games. I think that's kind of where the direction they're going in. And Namco want that. So it's going to be, that's why with Tekken guest characters, people get so excited about them now, is because I think Namco wants it to be the Smash Brothers of 3D fighting games. So if there's like a cool character in a game, they want you to want that character in Tekken. Versus, you know, VF isn't like that. You won't be like, oh, where's Tifa in VF? That's not a thing that's going to happen. But Super Smash Brothers is insanely popular. So I think that's I think that's kind of the direction Tekken 8's going in, because I think they've even talked about they want the game to last a really long time. And a way to do that is the Smash Brothers formula, where, you know, every so often you reveal this crossover character that makes people go, "Oh man, I got to play it because of this crossover character." So I think Clive is just kind of a real hallmark of that, I think. Alrighty, everyone. Oh, sorry. Frame dropped for a second there. I don't care if Virtua Fighter has guest characters or not. It's more of like, does the guest character fit in to the identity of the game? And I think they're definitely going to have Yakuza characters in VF6. And I said in my VF prediction video that I think VF kind of going in a Yakuza-like direction visually, stylistically, would be a good idea, because, I mean, it's just it is like Sega's aesthetic now, and I like the Virtua Fighter aesthetic, but people complain about it all the time, about it not being, you know, stylish enough and stuff. And I do like Yakuza's style, so I could see it seems like a really natural fit for Virtua Fighter, and I like that decision. It's like, all right, let's take Virtua Fighter, let's make it a little bit more gritty, let's make it like look Yakuza a little bit. I think that's a cool idea. Versus, you know, putting Clive in Virtua Fighter, you know, so I think as long as the guest characters sort of fit in with the overall theming of the game, it works. So I could see Yakuza being a really natural overlap, especially because the Yakuza studio is making Virtua Fighter 6. So yeah, that's gonna be a real natural overlap there. It's the same developer. Right, exactly. Like Sonic in Virtua Fighter would be a little much. Be a little much. Guy, remember, guest characters killed Soul Calibur, just saying. Yeah, Retro Man. And I think Soul Calibur is a great example of this, because look at the guest characters Soul Calibur did. You know, the guest characters were like Darth Vader and Yoda. do Darth Vader and Yoda belong in the Soul Calibur like aesthetic? And I don't mean lore. I mean the visual aesthetic of that game, because that's what's important. So with like Yakuza and Virtua Fighter 6, I think Virtua Fighter 6, even in like the little bit of footage we've seen, like with Akira and his style, it seems to be the entire game is going to be more Yakuza like. Like everyone's going to get a bit of a Yakuza style makeover. And Virtua Fighter 5 actually has Yakuza outfits and stuff. And some of them look pretty cool. I like Sarah's a lot. So I think the entire game of Virtua Fighter 6 is going to get this kind of Yakuza makeover. Whereas Soul Calibur, which one is it, 5 or whatever? When you're playing and there's Darth Vader and Yoda, you're like, what the hell is happening? And I feel like Clive's a bit like that in Tekken 8. It's like, what are you doing here? It doesn't fit super well. And so I think the important thing with these guest characters is they need to sort of fit the visual theme of the game. Otherwise you get Smash Bros syndrome. Otherwise, oh, okay, we're playing Super Smash Brothers right now. So I think so the Yakuza shift for VF6 makes sense. Some guest characters in Tekken would make sense. But I don't know about Clive and some of these other characters they come up with. Though then again, Tekken has kind of lost its own identity anyway, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, look at Tekken 4 versus Tekken 8. Maybe this would be kind of a fun video. Like, you look at Tekken 4, you know, I kind of like its sidestep heavy style and everything, but even outside the game design, just the visual design of Tekken 4, it's so coherent and awesome, right? It's just very aesthetically coherent, and everyone fits in there, and it's got a style and a vibe and an identity. 5, you know, to a lesser degree, but also 5. And then you look at 8, and it's just like this mishmash of stuff. There's not a real solid vibe to that game. So, yeah, exactly. Tekken Tag 2 is the same way. Tekken Tag 2 is just like a Mugen. You know, it's just like all this stuff happening. Tekken 4 has Chev. Tekken 4 has some really fun stuff. You know what? One thing about Tekken 4 that no one talks about is that the side steps in Tekken 4 are single inputs, not double inputs. I think that makes a massive difference. Tekken 4 has like insanely strong side steps, and it also has the controls are different. It doesn't have double tap to sidestep. It's like Soul Calibur, where Tekken 4 is like if you took Soul Calibur and Tekken and you shove them together, that's what you get. You get Tekken 4. So it's kind of cool in that way. If you play it like a Soul Calibur game, it's actually really fun. I'm coming to feel that my favorite Tekken is maybe Tekken 6. I think that one might be the best. I really like Tekken 5 a lot as well. Tekken 5 seems a little like I would say like this, like Tekken 5 is like the super turbo of Tekken. You know? Or Tekken Tag. Maybe it's like Tekken Tag is the super turbo, and then Tekken 5 is like the third strike, and then Tekken 6 is like Alpha 2 or something. So well, Tekken 6 has really grown on me. That's the thing, is that when I first played Tekken 6, I was like, oh, it's all right. But over the years, I think Tekken 6 just finds that sweet spot. Have I ever played Vampire Savior? I have a little bit. We're talking about the Capcom game, right? Yeah, I have a little bit, yeah. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I like Tekken 4 too. I think I may have to do a video like defending Tekken 4 because I play Soul Calibur, and I'll just have to be like, listen, Tekken fans, this is kind of a Soul Calibur hybrid. That's why it's good, because it's got like insane sidesteps like Soul Calibur. What's my opinion on Mugen? Oh, I think Mugen's really fun. I like it, but obviously it's the Wild West of fighting game design. But I think interesting stuff comes out of Mugen. So I kind of almost wish there was like a premium Mugen thing. Like I wish we got more legit games out of Mugen, because there are some Mugen games you're like, whoa, this is like really cool. But it's because it's just in the land of Mugen, it kind of doesn't go anywhere. So I wish there was a way that there was like Mugen premium games or something. Like there's this Dragon Ball Z Mugen game that's really cool and seems really good. But it's just kind of in the land of Mugen, so that's kind of a problem with it. It's really, I mean, you can get some insanely bad stuff in there, but I like how open-ended and creative it is, but unfortunately it can't ever go the distance in terms of design because it's in the land of the Mugen. Okay, everyone, I'm looking at my recording timer, and there's 2 minutes until we're 5 hours in. So that'll be a fun cutoff. So we're going to go 2 more minutes. And then the second it lands into the 5-hour time, I'm going to end the stream. And I'm going to try to time it to be exactly 5. That'd be kind of fun. What anime would you recommend? Gungrave? That's one of my favorite animes. Hyper Dragon Ball Z. That's it. Yeah, insert coin. Got it. Hyper Dragon Ball Z. That's a cool Mugen. How are your eyes, by the way? Oh, they're perfectly fine. I said this at the beginning of the stream. I'm wearing, these are my streaming glasses because for one, I don't have to worry about, eye lines on camera as much anymore when I'm wearing sunglasses. And two, these are my purple color therapy glasses and they boost my creativity. So it's always important to have your creativity maximum when you're streaming. Oh, full movies? I love Ninja Scroll. And then Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust. Another big one for me. Okay, we've got 30 seconds. I'm going to pull up the tab here. 30 seconds. We're getting close. We're getting so close. Oh, on the stream, though, it's 45 seconds. I can see on the stream. So we got... we're catching up. We got 40 seconds. Yeah, I love Bloodlust. Yeah, Ninja Gaiden 2 stream in about probably an hour. Something like that. Maybe a little less. Around an hour, because I'm going to eat. And then it's go time. Also, I want to end the stream by thanking everyone for tuning in. Thanks so much for all the donations. Those were extremely generous. I really appreciate that. Help support the channel in a big way, so thank you so much. And what's for dinner? I have half of a pizza that I cooked earlier, so pizza. All right, ending stream now. Bye, everyone. See you in a bit. See you in like an hour or 45 minutes, something like that.